Hello everybody, welcome back to the channel and welcome to some racing in the best ever sim ever made ever on earth as it is in heaven. Click the subscribe button if you missed this and this is a catch up because you missed the live stream, you idiot. We're going to be racing some subscribers here in the Assetto Corsas. Get in there. Get in there. I wonder if we can fill up a full server. Will be interesting to see. Hashtag doubt. We need to change our pedal from glider mode to sim race mode. Beautiful. Hello, Elsar the Grey. How's it going? Go, servers up. Why are you not looking forward to tomorrow? Hello, Counterbait. Ooh. Monday blues? Why do you have Monday blues? Do you have a job you don't like? Why don't you can you not leave your job? Just, yeah. YOLO. Start your own business. That's what I would do. It's very easy. Anyone can do that. Wow. I mean, come on. What? I mean... Why didn't you just inherit millions of pounds so you don't have to work? You know, really stupid. I think if people can inherit palaces, I think you can. I think you can do better. You know. People didn't get sick as well. That's the problem. Yeah, well, the thing is, the issue is not being born a millionaire and then people bloody getting sick. It's really inconvenient. Hello, Steve099. How's it going, man? It's like a little concrete hole on the right there. Never noticed that before. Just a big fat tit. A single, a mono tit. Just one big fat tit. Mono. Single. Giant. Big fat tits. Mono tit. Man with a single mono breast. And a nipple for a head. Mono tit man. A man that bridges the line between breast and human. Mono breast man. Uni-tit. Is a uni-tit like a unicycle? How many do you need? What, my work with force... I haven't done any work with force feedback. What work... How do you pedal a uni-tit? You have to slap it. It's the first ever slap-powered device. How can she slap? Huh? Oh! How can she slap, sir? Didn't come to complain. No, you can complain. I'll let you complain. Therapy session. Yeah, this is some like weird Italian game. It's got like nice graphics, it's running well. It's got a good selection of cars. It's really cheap as well. Yeah. It's some weird Italian game. It's got really detailed force feedback as well. Like you can really feel the load of the car, but there's also not like there's not a load of built-in damper as well, so you can really precisely feel the build-up. I think it's made by like a really talented developer. I think they might do some new games in the future. Because it'd be really ridiculous for a developer to build something that's absolutely fantastic and then not do anything with that, you know. Because, you know, business, capitalism would motivate improvements, right? Because you've got the business, you've got the capitalist incentive, which always, and competition, which always means that the consumer gets a better product. God bless capitalism. So what's funny? I've been playing a little bit of Race Room because we're doing next week. We're doing a like a fun event. So I was playing some Race Room because I had to reinstall it and everything. And it's hilarious, right? It's actually hilarious. Race Room and AC are so much better than like iRacing and Le Mans. Like even Race Room is so much better than Le Mans Ultimate as well. Like it's so much more connected, so much more like agile, you know. And then obviously AC is better than Race Room, but it's like what is going on? And then I think what's happened is because sim racing had a like a boom in COVID, loads of people came to sim racing. It was like a definitive like cut-off point between like for new sim racers, and all they'd experienced is ACC. So the bar, or they just only played iRacing. So the bar was lowered so far. That's just the expectation. So Race Room and AC are kind of forgotten, right? No, Evo's terrible, Ben. Take it back. To be fair, Evo's in some ways better than other stuff, but it's got so much it's got a load of damper built into it, and it has instant grip turn off, which is really weird. Race Room has a really good hot lap mode. It's free at the moment. It's worth getting. The whole game is free. The AI is actually fine in Race Room. It's a little bit bland to race against, but it works. Like you can have a race. You can set a difficulty. It's quite fun. If you want to join, guys, the server's called Game of Muscle. Password is T. In capital letters. Because I think with any game, you end up with like a pretty solid player base, a certain number of players. But also, Steam charts doesn't show you like very clearly. You'd have to follow a trend over like months. The thing with racing sims is they're a lot of effort to learn and stuff, so they have like a longer tail in terms of people leaving them and joining other games. People tend to just stick to one sim. But yeah, it's strange. I get the feeling that LMU's probably taken quite a few players from ACC. But then, you know, if you enjoy ACC, it's quite a good game. If you enjoy it, like it's got a load of cars, load of tracks. If you don't, that's the thing with these sims, right? Like imagine if you didn't notice iRacing's huge time model issue. If you didn't notice that, or it didn't bother you, why would you play any other sim, right? It's just a convenience thing. Like also like with flight sims, X-Plane 11 is a lot better than X-Plane 12, whatever we're on. It's better than Microsoft Flight Sim for physics, but flight sim is just convenient, so that's what I play. Try and get a fast lap here. The fellow, hello. Yeah, it's just, sim racing is just really weird. Like, it's weird how selective people are when they talk about sims and what they will overlook. Even like pro drivers and stuff, they will overlook like stuff or just not mention things or not. It's really weird how selective people are with them. Also, I think a lot of sim racers only play one sim. Like I say, like they only play one sim. Same, even like a lot of the YouTubers and stuff, they only really play one sim. A lot of people don't even do that much sim racing either. Can you blame them? I think if you don't play lots of different sims, it's then hard for someone to really know the differences. And it is easier if you just accept what you're playing. The Delta's built into the game. It's just a Kunos Delta bar.
The pace car is out of control.
Thanks for following. To pits. Right. These mediums wear out really quick.
I am the champion of the ninjas.
Thanks, Elsa the Grey. Really appreciate that. Thank you so much. I will try to be entertaining. That's my entertainment noise. Get in the server, guys. We've got Dillis and TVDG here. Beautiful. Yeah, sim racing is so weird. So strange. For single player experience, probably F1 25 to be honest. I mean, it's a bit weird how it drives and stuff. Right, I assume it's similar to 24. I've not played the 25. But counter debate. Single player experience, but AMS2 can be quite fun with AI. But F1 25 is probably the only real game with like actual single player stuff to it that kind of works. Counter debate. The differences in Sims is good. Yeah, the thing is that would be true. The problem is the differences are massive holes, physics holes, and big problems. So it's not like the difference between Call of Duty, Battlefield, and Counter-Strike, right? There's 3 different games that are different. You might like one more or less, but they're different, right? The differences in driving sims are normally massive physics holes. So like they're fundamentally broken, basically. Like obviously everything in every game, everything is broken to a degree, but because they have the same content and they're doing the same thing, or generally doing the same thing. So it would be great if all the sims had AMS1 or AC1 or better physics. Then yeah, you'd be like, oh, it's great to have lots of different sims. They feel slightly different. You know, they're slightly different, but they all drive like cars. The thing that I'm noticing is that Race Room, AC, Automobilista 1 drive like cars. LMU, iRacing, ACC, I don't think they drive like cars. I don't think it's actually driving. Like LMU in some ways it is, but it doesn't have the at low speed the force feedback's not really connected, and it doesn't have variable slip. Oh, Live for Speed as well. So Live for Speed, Race Room, AMS1, AC1, right? They all drive differently, and they might not be that realistic, but they drive like cars. So it's like generally how a car drives if you were to have like weird tyres or weird road conditions or something. Whereas iRacing and LMU, I don't think they actually drive, and ACC, I don't think they actually drive like cars. like you can't, combined slip doesn't work properly. Counter steering is normally you've got a fixed trajectory that you're then pulling the car out of, but you're not actually, it's not controlling slip properly, and then they don't have the force feedback anyway to describe what's going on clearly. So, and without that, I don't think you can naturally drive. You can learn how to play those video games, and you can learn how to play the other games. But yeah, no, I think it's a very that's controversial. Very controversial, but it's true. So there you go. Like, let's say if you took so in AC1, if you took controllable slip out of it, you'd be like, well, that's not driving, is it? Like, if you like the way that you counter steer and can hold slip in counter steer, you'd be like, well, that's not driving. Yeah, I think you need the force feedback is a big part of it, because that's how you know what slip is used for as well. So yeah. Good morning, Ross. TVDG's faster. Everyone's faster than me. I hope you're not using a setup, you gits. But I wonder with Sims, because 80% of people playing them can't drive, there's no consumer pressure. I'd say 80% of people can't drive within 2 seconds of pace, and 90%, I'd say 80, that's true, Shimmy. 80% of people don't understand how to use force feedback to feel where the limit is. It's really weird. Hang on, let me read that comment. I need to make my chat room a bit bigger here so I can see other. This is Assetto. The first one. Pop out chat. There we go.
The pace car is out of control.
Tequita? The thing about AC physics is that despite very basic, is it very basic though? Like if it drives better, I know what you're saying because I say this as well. It is simple. Like it is mathematically arguably more simple than some other models out there. Like there's less numbers, but is it more basic if the end result is closer, right? But obviously that's a sort of semantic point. You always know how the cars will drive. There's no surprises. It's like the cars in AC's universe make sense in the universe's physics. Yeah, but I think so. Part of that is because the cars are balanced, but also I think it's the force feedback tells you what the car's doing. Like, and that's the thing in a real car, isn't it? For the most part, not the force feedback, but you feel what the car's doing for your body, and it's mostly very consistent, which is how a driver can then know that a fraction more throttle at the entry into your corner will mean a centimetre closer to a barrier at the end of the corner, right? So you have to have that really good knowledge. Yeah, race room's good fun. I was doing some hot lapping the other day. It's a bit floaty and the brakes are not very responsive, but it's got the force feedback tells you what the car's doing. You can hold slip quite naturally. The cars are more agile than LMU. So race room is way better to drive the GT3 cars than LMU. Way better. It's not even close. There is an aspect of in LMU when you rotate the steering and the back can follow round that Race Room doesn't have. Like you can push the tyres into 4-wheel slip in LMU. Like you can knock the car over into slip, which doesn't really work in Race Room. But other than that, I think some of it's force feedback, but I think also it's just a simpler physics engine. Guys, I'm gonna have to restart Qualia because people are joining here. Sorry. Yeah, I was driving the 1995 DTMs. They have like mega brakes on them. It's quite funny. Also, the 90s DTM, I didn't know this, they have ABS for the front and rear wheels. Why isn't Race Room more popular? I think because of the way they sold it and lack of marketing. The thing with LMU is it's fun to play online, but the actual driving is way worse than AC and Race Room. But as I say, I think what happened is that ACC lowered the bar so much. Yeah, but so Daniel Morad always mixes up a whole bunch of stuff. Like, it's really weird. I did watch that video. So, I don't disagree with, like, what his points are, right? Like, the fact is, iRacing, the cars are more agile than LMU. And you do have to be more careful on the brake and the accelerator than LMU. We're talking about GT3 cars. Well, this is the thing. What's really weird is I agree with like 99% of what more, like in terms of like car handling and physics and what's generally closer to realism. I don't disagree at all because, you know, why he's not going to say the wrong thing, is he? He drives a real car, right? So T is the password. But then he'll say stuff like one is more easy or harder. And it's like, well, it doesn't really work like that. Like, if you're driving as quick as possible, actually iRacing gets easier than LMU once you get up to a decent pace. And then it's what's weird is, so I would say both LMU and iRacing are quite wrong in many ways. Like if you were to compare iRacing and LMU to AC1, they're both miles off, or compare it to AMS1, or compare it to Race Room in many ways. They're both miles off, right? But it's weird. It's weird to ignore. In iRacing, you can't control slip properly. It just, as soon as you start getting into slip, tyres start heating and then it, like, whatever, it just goes to crap, right? LMU is just bland. So yeah, I don't think I disagree with what Morad says, to be honest, on most things. I think though what he does do is he then, well, first of all, he says someone else couldn't make a valid point if they're not a real driver, which is patently
I don't like ACC,
patently not true. Like, it doesn't matter, like, someone makes a good point, they make a good point, right?
Probably one of the well, one of the, or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or GT mods. They're really good.
Didn't he say LMU's easier for less? Yeah, no, I'd agree with him. But then he'll say something like LMU's designed to be easy or whatever, which it might be, but I don't know where he's got that from. I know what the developer said. Generally, the developer's trying to make a realistic simulator, but then they will tweak stuff for the sake of trying to make it work well, right? But so's iRacing. like, it's really weird. The lack of contextual framing makes it sound like I'm not. I think LMU's great as a video game. Don't get me wrong. But the way that Morad presents that video makes it sound like LMU is being developed to be a sort of Simcade type title, and iRacing's not developed that way. iRacing's something else. It plays into this sort of iRacing. iRacing is the big simulator when it's obviously got huge issues like all the simulators. So it's this weird grandstanding of iRacing that you see a lot of people do. It's very strange. But for sure, like with Marvin's app, iRacing has better force feedback than LMU, a whole bunch of stuff. So just search for Game of Muscle. Yeah. The thing is, if you're going to have a conversation on them as racing games as well, I don't know. What I don't understand with people that are sort of overly pro iRacing, I don't get how they gloss over the netcode. I don't get how they gloss over the netcode issues and gloss over the tyre issue at the limit, which they've never fixed. I really don't get why that's accepted by people. It's like, we always say it, it's like people glossing over AC issues. I don't. The thing is, I do get that there's a big. If you've got something that's the biggest thing in the space, it makes sense to not upset the user base of that thing. Not really. Marvin's app just gives nicer force feedback. It's not going to make you faster though. In like a fast driver would be fast without it. Yeah, so the reason why I can live stream iRacing when we do for like 13 hours in a row, we could do like Road America, right? Say this is a lot as well. We could do Road America and the Super Formula Light, and I could do like 20 races in a row and be in the top 5 or 6 cars, and I'm not mentally fatigued at all because it's a very drawn out, smooth input process. Whereas if I was to be driving in the top, if we had an equivalent in Assetto Corsa, I'd be absolutely wrecked because you're constantly having to balance the throttle and the brake and the steering to get the most, which is, you know. Well, that's it, Mitch Hunt. I think it's like, well, what you'd have to build a list of what's more important, and then you could argue which are more or less important things in a simulator, and it's going to depend how you use a simulator and your skill level as to what's more or less important. I do watch a lot of just out of interest. I watch a range of streamers playing iRacing, and a lot of people are really bad, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But they're being trolled by iRacing. They don't realise it. Like, they're just chronically under driving. Chronically. And they don't notice. So what it is, right, I'd say if you're a moderately decent driver, what you do is you immediately drive to the limit. You immediately push the car until you get to where you start getting into slip, and then you're trying to hold the car in that slip through every corner, and also like rotate the car when it's in that slip, and then hit brake points and get on the throttle as smoothly as possible and be brake as smoothly as possible. That's what you do, right? But there's probably 70% of sim racers don't do that, and real drivers don't. You know, could they improve the netcode? Yeah, they're just it's not even the netcode exactly. They need to change the value for how much one car hitting another car affects a car. That would be it, and then reduce the damage by half. So their actual net smoothing is not actually terrible. It's quite good, especially for oval and stuff. But they need to make it so that when a car hits another car, it doesn't affect it as much, which they have adjusted in the past. So they can do that. It's a variable. And then they need to make the damage much less, and then the tyres need to work over the limit. So the netcode issues go hand in hand with the tyre model, in that if a car is knocked, it pushes, like say you're going through a corner and you knock another car, it immediately pushes the tyres over the limit, which so it immediately causes a massive crash. Obviously that happens in real life as well, so there's a range of these things, but you can choose how forgiving that is in a game. But yeah, it is a bit, in some ways I think it's a bit sad that you load up race room in AC that are ancient, and there's a bit of AC curbing for you there. You load them up and they're ancient, and They're so much better than iRacing and LMU just from a raw driving perspective. Just search for Game of Muscle. The password is T. Why do you struggle? Do you mean on? I don't get what do you mean by you struggle with the brakes? You can't go to the toilet. I haven't, Steve. No, I'm waiting for some other stuff at the moment. I'm also waiting for my passport. Slight problem. I'm always a last minute Larry. I like to waste money on more expensive hotels and planes. It's my hobby. You still need a passport even before Brexit. If you go on an aeroplane. Don't get me wrong, I'm not exactly pro-Brexit. But in terms of travelling to Europe and stuff, Brexit's not affected it that much. What it's affected is if you lived in Europe or if you work in Europe. To be honest, nothing was worse than travelling to Europe during COVID was a royal pain in the ass, especially if you went to an event for one day. Like we went to Sim Racing Expo in like 2021 or something, and because we were only there for 2 days, 3 days, and it was terrible. Like we had to get a COVID test on the way home, and then the German doctor sticking a thing right up her nose. Yeah, the tyre wear and tyre heat stuff is a bit weird in AC. But this is the other thing, right? Most people are doing 20-minute sprint races where these things do not really... Did you put T in capital letters? T in capitals, TEA, Tango Echo Alpha. Bet he did it in lowercase. Yeah, so this is the thing. Like, if someone's gonna, like, they're right. You could say the tyres are a bit weird, right, for heat and stuff, but that's a lot less weird than tyres turning off because you're naturally driving. Because you're holding slip, which is a fundamental aspect of driving. I know I go on about it all the time, guys, but it is. I think the iRacing thing is probably one of the most egregious gaslighting thing that's ever happened in the history of gaming. It's really weird. It's really weird because because iRacing is popular and you can make a lot of money out of iRacers, it's really not beneficial to be honest about it. it's better to just skim over it. And also, people do enjoy other aspects of it. So they'll be like, oh, it's fine. You know, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Like, iRacing, it is really nice how you can tilt the car into a corner on the brakes in iRacing, and how much the car responds to the brake and the accelerator is really nice. But then, and the thing is, some drivers don't drive on the steering wheel. So for those drivers, they might not even notice it. They might not notice it being a big issue because it happens to just fall into their driving style. Which then you would have to go, well, hang on, surely they should be good enough to notice at least. Like, if I'm not that good at driving, but I can alter my driving style from pedal driving to driving on the wheel. But yeah, sim racing, because sim racing has gotten more commercially viable. There's a lot more sort of, you know, like, it's not really being dishonest, but it's kind of skirting the truth. There's a lot of financial motivation in sim racing. Even good YouTubers, right? Also, because of the culture surrounding it, good YouTubers are forced to avoid risking getting attacked by people. They are forced to they're forced to like sugarcoat stuff. So, like a really good example of this, Danny Lee, bloody Danny Lee, did a really good review of the Simagic Alpha Pro, I think it is. And because I was just looking into the wheelbase and his video came up. I don't normally watch YouTubers' videos, but I wanted to check a bunch of stuff from the Simagic Alpha Mini Pro to see if it's worthwhile me bothering to get one to review and stuff. Anyway, Danny Lee, really good video, like actually talking in depth about the actual aspects of the wheelbase, which is really good because a lot of sim racing reviewers don't necessarily go that in depth into the subtleties of the actual force feedback and stuff, right? But right, so he says that the Alpha Mini has built-in damper on the firmware level, and then apparently it's confirmed, like it's in there. They've said it, like Simagic have said it, right? And then Danny Lee rightly says that's not good, right? Like the user should be able to choose. But in order for Danny Lee to avoid getting shanked by idiotic sim racers, he spends 5 minutes sitting on the fence about it. Like, he states it clearly, makes the point. Yep, this is really not a good idea. This makes it feel smooth, but it's always there. It gets in the way. But then he frames the whole thing as if it's his subjective view. It's not a subjective point. It's so ridiculous. And then the thing is, he thinks he's been more reasonable, framing it like that, and he thinks, you know, he's that's, I don't know, but what he's doing is, he doesn't realise it, is incredibly dishonest in the sense that he's throwing other people under the bus that are directly honest. So this is the thing, and this is the, if he was explicitly honest and direct and actually didn't frame it as if it's subjective, because it's not subjective, he would probably get into a lot of shit from people. So what's happened is we've got to a state in sim racing. Again, go and watch the video. It's a really good video. I think he's done a good job on his reviews. But we've got into a state with sim racing where you can't claim anything objectively without getting absolutely slaughtered, because a good proportion of the sim racing user base cannot handle objective claims. Everything everything has to be shoehorned into it's subjective as a get out of jail card, because your average moron hears it's subjective and they go, oh, that's an opinion. Well, I disagree with that opinion, but they've said it's their opinion, so it's okay. It's so dumb. It's so dumb. It's such like a destruction of basic critical thinking. There we go, bingo. Anyway, the state of sim racing, guys. It's not an opinion though, always, Blue. It's I know what you're saying. I know you're making a separate point, but there's a real problem in the sim racing space of people not knowing the difference between subjective and objective. They don't get it. So what we always say about force feedback, it's objectively different from sim to sim. What you enjoy is subjective and how you perceive it is subjective, but the force feedback is objectively different from one sim to another sim. Like a colour film is objectively different to a black and white film. You might prefer a colour film or black and white film, but they're both objectively different. They can contain different information. They're objectively not the same thing, right? But the more fringe something is in knowledge, so like car physics or force feedback, the more people force everything into a state of it's subjective. So basically, the less people understand something, or the less that they have a reasonable understanding of it, they frame it into a thought space of subjectivity. So it's really weird. I don't know why people do that. We could do a Nordschleifer race. The slew rate talks. Well, the thing is, Reader's Dodge. Yes and no. Like, you could still have something that's objectively different, but it hasn't. Like, it could be tested, but it hasn't been tested yet. So it could still be objective without it having been tested by science. Like, before scientific method existed, there was objectivity, right? I know what you're saying, but yeah, as a good test. A good tester of whether or not something is objective is if the scientific method could be applied to it. So yeah, so the subjectivity argument has been, it's like the faith thing with religious people. It's a way to shut down conversation or win an argument without actually making a point. Yeah, also, I mean, how you interpret something objective is another thing as well. That's obviously where subjectivity comes into. And then you could argue the relevance of objectivity. You know, so like, technically, like, you could have some statistics which are objectively true. Like, let's say you've got statistics that are actually correct. You collected statistical data, but you can interpret that data in a multitude of ways that may or may not even be relevant to what you're trying to prove. But the point is, the handling of the different simulators is objectively different. Like they quantifiably are different. They have different physics code. The cars are different. the tire models are different. So how you interpret that is subjective. But there are different. You can't just go, oh, it's subjective. And it's like, well, what does that even mean? When people say that, it's like going, it's such a weird way that it's so weird that it's accepted for someone to just for someone to say, oh, it's subjective, as if that's a satisfactory conclusion to something. They should say, I don't want to talk about it anymore because I can't be bothered, or I don't care, or I'm not interested in the conversation. That's fine. That's completely valid. You put claiming something is subjective for the sake of coming across as reasonable when you're actually being unreasonable is really bad. Sim racing, I think people you are talking about, they just lack a basic knowledge of English language. Well, you say that, but as I say, people that aren't stupid do it. So, as I say, like Danny Lee, who I think does a good job on his videos and isn't a bad guy, and he's not doing stuff, he's not ill-intentioned. Watch his SimMagic DD wheelbase review, where he identifies an objective issue, but then spends ages framing it from a perspective of subjectivity. It's really weird to, when you point something objective out, to then go to so much effort to frame it as a subjective thing, as a way to try and mitigate backlash from an audience. So, like, and that's a nice person. This is the problem. He's a nice person doing a good job. So then, if that's the benchmark, where is it left for someone that just wants to be direct? And then it opens things up for people to just always do subjectivity claim on everything, which is what a lot of people do. So it's sort of like the state of, it is a communication thing. I don't know which tire's going to use medium. I've spent some time with him. Yeah, he could be a murderer, but it doesn't seem like a bad person. I don't get crazy vibes off him. If I didn't like him, or I thought he was a bad person, I wouldn't even mention his video or what he said. The issue is SimMagic community. Well, I mean, I've not tested it, so I'm just assuming what he said is true. By the way, to be clear, I've not personally tested it, so I'm just going by. So to be clear, but assuming that it's true, it also makes sense that you had a load of people going, "Oh, the SimMagic bases feel so much better than XYZ base." It's like, well, what you mean is maybe they feel smoother. But that doesn't inherently mean that they're better. It could mean that the developer has just put in some filtering, makes sense, because your average person doesn't know the difference between it feeling smooth but you losing detail. It's exactly the same as on the simulator side. When a sim puts in a ton of damper, a lot of sim racers are like, oh, it feels realistic, it's so smooth and heavy and weighty. And so the developers are then basically encouraged by 80% of the user base who don't know any better to do what is worse. And this is the problem. Yeah, well, you should. The the thing is, if you've got no filter on anything, it should feel really grainy and noisy, and that's totally fine because you then just add filter to what you want. It shouldn't feel too grainy, but you know what I mean? It shouldn't be absolutely mental. Yeah, well, so they have to put in a degree of filter for well, how they phase the electricity to offset the cogging of the flux from the coils and the magnets. There's a whole bunch of stuff, but you shouldn't. An end user should not really. It should not, from a DD wheelbase perspective, it shouldn't really be that perceptible from an end user that there's a force there. So yeah, the thing is though, with the VRS wheelbase, a small Mage is a very smooth motor anyway. The thing is, there's a line to this. Certain servo motors get to a point they're so smooth without any filtering anyway. But then, so then you go, well, what's that? There's like a cost component to it, and there's a whole bunch of variables. Yeah, no, I mean, there's a whole load of aspects to this. But then also, the thing is, nitpicking on the really small stuff, it's kind of weird to nitpick on those smaller details with DD wheels. I'm not, maybe the Simagic thing's not that small, but like just in general across the board. But then to not go absolutely explosively insane over the built-in force feedback in ACC, LMU, or even iRacing, right? Like, it doesn't make sense for sim racers to be like, oh, this wheelbase is the smoothest, it's the best, oh, look at these details, it's incredible. Great. But you're talking about like something that's tiny percentage of detail changes from good DD to good DD compared to ACC, iRacing and LMU's force feedback, which is like not even, it's like 10% as detailed as AC, AMS1, Live for Speed. So why would that, why do people talking about these wheelbases not mention how insanely bad the software is relative to the wheelbase? Like, it's more relevant. Not even close. It'd be like someone going, right, we've got a cinema screen. We built a 100-foot cinema screen, fixating on a tiny corner of the cinema screen that's like got a crease in it, and then the film being projected on the cinema screen is a 420p terrible film with crap story. It's like, well, hang on, you're fixating on the crease in the corner of the screen. What's more important when it comes to watching a film? Surely the film. Surely the actual film is the most important part. If that's more important than the screen, right? The resolution of the projector and the actual film. So I don't think Simagic stuff's bad, to be honest. I've used it. I've pretty much used every DD wheel on the market for at least an hour. So yeah, this is another thing that sim racers tend to do, is they latch on to totally arbitrary stuff. they're not really thinking about what's more or less relevant. You know, you could have an argument over different people find different things more or less relevant. That's fine, but they are. Well, it's all people tend to do it, but I think racing highlights it because of the nature of sim racing. Well, they don't need to develop any better hardware. That's the thing. The companies need to. The game developers need to make better force feedback in the games. Or like I say, Marvin's force feedback app is really good. The fact is, you could use any wheel with Marvin's force feedback app, and it would be like you're using a different wheel. Entirely. Like the difference between iRacing with iRacing's built-in force feedback and Marvin's app is a bigger difference than you would get going from. It's like 3 times the difference than you would get going from one DD wheelbase to another DD wheelbase. Yeah, basically it just generates force feedback from the telemetry, but it's not really even that. It allows you to dial in the force feedback really nicely in terms of getting the detail out of it. We are doing more races, yeah. But so this is the right. I would say as well, if someone's reviewing a wheelbase. I mean, it's fine. I guess it is fine for anybody to review a wheelbase and they can say, well, this is how it feels compared to other wheelbases. You know, that's fine. Well, where's he going? But I think you do have to say in a review of a wheelbase, the thing is, it's going to cost you a fortune in affiliate link sales. If you do a review of a wheelbase and you say in that review, look guys, iRacing's built-in force feedback is not very good, or iRacing fundamentally its tyre model doesn't work properly. If you put that in that review, let's say you've got like 200,000 subs. Let's say you do an early review for what is going to be a popular wheelbase. You could lose between £5 and £100,000, right? If you were to say, yeah, iRacing is unrealistic. Say that in a review with an affiliate link. If you're a major channel, yeah, probably between like £10 and £100,000 that could cost you. That's the price of being explicitly honest. Well, it totally ranges because you don't know if the wheelbase. You don't know if the wheelbase is going to be a really mass market wheelbase. So not just iRacing, but let's say it was a wheelbase that had Gran Turismo support, and you did a review of the wheelbase, and it's on console, and I was to say, right guys, this is a fantastic wheelbase, but so it's really worth getting. Here's my affiliate link. But you also said in your review, you were like, yeah, it really doesn't make sense using this wheelbase with Gran Turismo, because Gran Turismo's force feedback is effectively clipping all the time, so it's actually completely useless. Also, Gran Turismo is woefully understeery, and yeah, you know, really not worth it with this wheelbase. That would cost you like £10,000-15,000 in affiliate sales if you're a larger channel, especially if it's a popular wheel. So why would a reviewer be honest? Like, it is ridiculous amounts of money. It's insane. Why would you? There's no reason to cut your nose off, is there? Oh yeah, guys, iRacing is fundamentally less realistic than Sims from 20 years ago, but I really recommend you get these driver coaching tools that I've developed, and they really help you be a better driver, but they only work with iRacing. Here's my affiliate link, or here's my book, or here's my thing for the driver coaching that uses iRacing. Yeah, to be clear, iRacing's pretty unrealistic, so just keep that in mind. And yeah, actually, it's a lot less realistic than AMS1, AC, Race Room. But by my tutorials to become a better iRacer, the game I've just told you is not realistic. I wonder, you're not going to make as much money, are you? It's not going to work. It's like estate agents. Yes, this house is great. Oh, the wall. Is there soundproofing the walls? Oh, don't worry about that. It's quiet neighbours. Turns out you can see the neighbours through your wall. I should have some gloves. I don't really sim race with gloves, so the thing is, I tend to only really talk about what I personally use. Not that I think gloves are actually quite good, to be fair. I do have a pair upstairs. Actually, I was gonna not even open them. I do actually prefer driving with gloves on, but I always forget to put them on when I have them on by my sim rig, and my hands get sweaty, even with light gloves. But they are good if you're doing lots of sim racing. Like, you don't have to grip the wheel as hard. So there are actually really good reasons to use gloves. Yeah, exactly. It's less. It is better. Yeah. It is actually better to use gloves. It's less effort, apart from your hands getting warm. Well, we're going to join another server in a minute. Well, we're going to change car track. I mean, we just everyone's too slow, guys. What is everyone doing? But yeah, I guess all this stuff is like this in everything, isn't it? It's like, at the end of the day, I think the majority of a market for a given thing is often that the people with disposable income, they're often not that critical because they've got so much money they don't care. So by the nature of the people that have more money, they don't care, and so people are going to those people because it's to monetize, and they have the most money. So but I mean, that's fine. I just think people shouldn't get. I think it's weird how being directly honest is so de-incentivized. You would hope that culturally you'd aim for something else. I mean, the only reason I really care is I just want good simulators to play because I enjoy playing Sims, and it's a bit of a shame that for 10 years we've had the Sims have driven fundamentally worse than AMS1, AC, Race Room. I think that's a bit of a problem. If you're a hobbyist in a space and you really enjoy it, it's even over 10 years, and then people make stuff that's genuinely worse to actually play, but then everyone pretends it isn't. It'd be all right if they go, oh yeah, you know, it's not as good, but you know, it is what it is. It does some other stuff, but yeah, we all agree it's not as good. That'd be fine, because then you've got the chance for things to actually be better. But if everyone pretends it's fine, you get stuck. We won the race. We're just too much faster. In the golden age. What is that golden age thing about, right? It's crazy, isn't it? It's so clearly not the golden age. Golden age. Who started that? It's clickbait titles, isn't it? It really is clickbait titles. It's mixing up anything that's in the future, like now you always have everything that's happened before, but that doesn't mean it's the golden age for something. That's not how that works. Like, it'd be like me going, it's a golden age for film in 2025. It's like, well, it's clearly not, is it? It obviously isn't. But then someone goes, yeah, but look at all the films that come out, and you've got all the old films. Because then the word golden age wouldn't make any sense, because it'd be the golden age for everything at all times. So you can't claim... In fact, I think it's impossible to claim a golden age in the current time, because you wouldn't know. You can't make the claim until after the fact. Like, after the golden subsided, you can't tell. It's a golden age for the hardware, yeah. Yeah, it's DD Wheels and stuff being mass market's quite good. Right, let me get another server up here, guys. Right, get this server going.
Switch.
Right, are you ready? Alright, server's up. Yeah, there's since the OSW's basically, the small mage is basically as good of a servo motor as you could possibly ever need for sim racing, and then it would come down to the controller board and how how you configure the controller board and the software of that controller board and the power supply. So, but the actual small mage motor is borderline as good as you need. Like, it's beyond what you need. Smoothness, power, response, cooling, consistency. It's designed for like bloody production line running in a hot factory. So, yeah, and that was like the first DD wheel that you could buy with the disco board. So, in fairness, stuff like the 12 Nm Moser or the lower Nm Simagics and stuff, they've lowered the price, and their user interface and software is great. Same with the Acer Tech stuff, so that's fantastic. But what's weird is where the wheelbases needed to have changed. Maybe I should make a video on this to try and put more pressure on it, because nobody's talking about it. I'm surprised no one's talking about it. I've talked about it before, but maybe I'll do another video because we have such an influence. But the place where the wheels should have changed is telemetry driven force feedback And stuff like you have with the AccuForce wheel, where you can add in your own like counter steer effect or your understeer effect from the firmware on the wheel. That should have been the default for like, that should have happened 5 or 6 years ago. I talked to manufacturers about this, but they're just not interested. That you would need the consumer. Yeah, you'd need the consumer push, and so that will happen. I know the V&M wheelbase kind of has it, the AccuForce wheel has it, but you would need consumers to be like, that's normal, we expect that, and then all the companies will have to do it. The problem was you got distracted with like Logitech doing TrueForce, a total distraction, and then Thrustmaster doing full force, just adding in like, so TrueForce makes sense for low end wheels like a G293. It's not bad for that kind of stuff. It's good for gamepads and stuff, but how exactly is telemetry force feedback helpful, Days of Blunder? It's so the idea is that you can then choose as an end user how the force feedback is conveyed to you through the wheel. And in theory, you can have a higher frequency. You're not limited by most force feedback wheels use direct input, which is Microsoft developed in like 1996 for their Sidewinder force feedback joystick and the Sidewinder force feedback wheel. And direct input has some limitations in terms of how it operates and everything. So in theory, there's multiple aspects to this. It's not quite as clear cut, but in theory, you can have a higher frequency signal. So that is technically, it could be a smoother signal. It could technically be a faster signal. It could technically be a signal that can be adjusted by the user without too much degradation in the signal. Not that doesn't necessarily matter at all. But another aspect of it is that you could take different aspects of telemetry to do different things, and the end user could choose, you know, are they using the just direct wheel slip? Are they using the rotation of the vehicle separately to the rotation of the vehicle on the steering rack? But I mean, the thing is, it's still going to come down to the physics of the simulator. Review for the tube. I think you're confusing some stuff with that. Like the problem with the Simagic smooth thing isn't that it's smooth. It's the problem with them putting too much aggressive default damper on. I think that's the thing. I know you're joking, but yeah, I get it. But I get it. But yes, I know. But I do think a joke has to be true though as well. I don't think people are complaining that the Simagic is too smooth. I think they're complaining that the damper gets in the way of the input to achieve that smoothness, and that it's on by default. But yeah, developers, anyway. So yeah, telemetry force feedback, probably not a bad idea. What really needs to happen is that someone sets up some kind of standard, which so this won't happen. You need a standard so that sim developers have an API or something that they can integrate that automatically sends out an encrypted signal for the pertinent telemetry for force feedback. So you've got with the AccuForce brakes, the SimuCube brakes. I think they're working with developers for having an encrypted telemetry for the brake pedal. Because what you don't want is someone to be able to really easily just have a button they can push for perfect braking. Which you could do if you had live telemetry for you know, you could have perfect perfect. You could have perfect ABS, or you could cheese it. Yeah, review for the tube though. That might be true. Obviously, every wheelbase has built-in filter to some degree, but that's beside the point. The point would be the argument that Simagic has made their default lowest filter much higher, which is causing there to be an overly strong sense of damping that the user can't then remove. So that you're talking beside the point that people are actually trying to make. Moser feels fine. They're all pretty similar, to be honest. Yeah, but it's review for the tube. Their argument doesn't make sense. Yeah, but that doesn't make sense. Yeah, that's all beside the point. If so, what they would do, the thing that the developer needs to do, or the wheel manufacturer needs to do, is you make the default settings in the wheel software smooth, but you then have you have it so the user can adjust things. So it doesn't matter. I'm not saying I agree or disagree with any other reviewer. Yeah, well then that's fine then. Yeah, well that's the only point is, and the important point, the only thing that matters is that it's like with AC with their force feedback, or some other sim with the force feedback, Kunos or whatever. All that matters is you need an option to allow the end user to adjust it to how they want to, and to not force something on the end user that's objectively worse. Yeah, you know. But for sure, defaults can be whatever that the developer or someone that supposedly knows what they're doing. The defaults can be that. So but again, all this stuff is utterly marginal compared to the differences between LMU iRacing and sims that actually have decent force feedback. So it's all marginal. It's like the opposite scale of it's like the opposite scale of when people get they're like, which road car do I get this this expensive road car or this expensive road car, and then they're forced to drive at the speed limit in a traffic jam, and it's like, well, hang on, what's more important? You're past a point where a car works as a car very well. And it's like, no, I want this really insane engine and all these systems and everything. It's like, well, and then you could really argue that actually a road car, it being so perfect to drive, technically, is actually worse than a shitty old car. Like, for a driver's experience, if you're driving at road speeds. Days of Blunder is not so marginal when you have something like Race Room. Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know how much the default damper is. I'd have to try it in those sims. Now this month goes on forever. Thanks for subscribing. Password for the server is T in capital letters, Tango Echo Alpha. Like and unsubscribe. Oh, fast boy. You idiot. Fast boy, slow brain. This is a nice sensible car to drive. Bloody hell. I feel like it's only really a where an AMS1 where you can properly balance the throttle with the steering in through and out of corners. iRacing, you just trail brake, rotate the car in on the trail brake, and then very gently push the throttle. Bloody hell. This car's all over the shop. But you don't use the steering wheel in iRacing. LMU, I don't know, it's weird. I know, that'd be nice, wouldn't it? Antoine, exact copy of AC with proper online. I know, it's so obvious, isn't it? You could even keep it. You could even keep the exact graphics and everything they've got. Yeah. Yeah, but it's not in the game days of Blunder and LFM. They set the stupid car track combos. You need it in the game. Like, it needs to be like LMU, where you load up the game and every hour there's a race with lots of splits. Yeah, that's not good enough. It needs to be in the game. I mean, Content Manager should have official Content Manager racing, and it's like right there. But instead it's all like, oh, let's have this person do it, let's have that person do it, and then whoever sets it up needs to make it simple, where you just at every hour there's a race with content that's ideally not even mod content. The whole point of the compelling part of online ranking is the idea of who's the best at the game that you're playing officially. As soon as I know, they know what I think. Days of Blunder. They know what I think. As soon as you have something that's outside of the game, it's no longer official. And it's also just not convenient. Bloody hell, the throttle's mega snappy on this. It's probably YouTube if the stream's cutting out. Just refresh it. Yeah, so what they need to do, what Content Manager needs is the multiplayer tab. They need a ranked racing tab, and it's part of Content Manager, and they set up. In fact, I mean, Ilya makes really good money. As part of Content Manager, if you pay for Shader Patch, you could then get access to multiplayer. That would be a good thing for them to do. And then that's part of Shader Patch. So you have to be a Patreon member of Shader Patch. And that means that obviously everyone would then have Shader Patch and Content Manager and everything. And then it's a multiplayer tab, and you just run exactly like LMU. There's like a race every 30 minutes. You could, what I would do, I would have on the hour, I'd have a sort of 20-minute weekly race. It's like the race that runs each week. Every half hour, I would have the half-hour random race, and it's every half hour. It's a completely random car track combo from AC. Could be mods, whatever. Every half hour. And then like every 4 hours or every 3 hours, there's like a big grid race or something. But either way, it just has to be super simple. Yeah, it's funny. LMU just copied GT Sport. Which makes sense. I mean, that's what everyone should do. It's a good way of doing it. Are they on bloody soft tyres? Change my tyres over. There we go. Oh, I need some more coffee here. Oh, look at this filth. Soft tyre filth. Yeah, we'll have to see what happens with Evo. There's a lot in it, like as a basic foundation, but I think they just need to get the performance needs to be a lot better. The UI needs to be better. It's like what you'd expect a sort of pre-alpha game. I mean, you can go, well, early access, it's up, you know, but I don't know. I'm not, other than making money from an early access, I'm not quite sure how it's beneficial to the consumer. I'm having to balance the throttle so much, this is making my leg ache. Well, the thing is, though, I'm using Penguin server hosting. I pay £15 a month for the server. Just search for Gamer Muscle and you can join it. Password is T in capital letters. Can't remember what I was going to say now. Right, let's see how much these soft tyres get us. No, these tyres are costing us like a second easy. The soft tyres in this car are mega, because you can get the power down way more aggressively as well. Should be alright. This car's mega. My driving's not. Wow, I'm well consistent. It's exactly the same lap time. What on earth? Exactly the same lap time twice in a row to the 100,000th, to the 1,000th, to the millionth. Wow, go me. So I'm have to put the medium tyres on for the race here. 10-minute race, so what were the lap times? 2 minutes, so like 10 laps would be enough. I'll put 12 in. Yeah, I'm going to put medium tyres on because the softs wear out after like 5 laps. Nice driving, guys. Nico on pole there. I was slowly getting it. Did you do any car setup changes? If you did, can you save? Can you share the setup? If you change the setup. Oh, look, that's gonna be well easier to drive in AC. They're like lower and tighter car. It just drives so much better. Yeah, AC is weird. Like, just lower. Like, you're way better off just making the suspension rock hard. Wow, well, Coyote Racing, you need to learn how to not be blocked by spoons. I mean, your loss is my gain, is all I can say. Alright, we're ready, guys. I'm gonna... Let's go racing. Try and be careful at the start, guys. Yeah, you might be able to run sauce, but they fall off a cliff on this. Like they go absolutely mental. Also, if you do one slide, you're done. That's an AC special. The one slide tire gone trick. They take like 2 laps to come back. These are nice, sensible cars. Sounds like a tugboat. Boom, 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 boom. There we go. Yeah, it's origami. It's got the cutout on the back of it. Okay, the gearing did not need to go into first there. What have you done with the gearing? Why have you put first gear so low? Bloody hell. Why are you going so slow? What are you doing? Oh my god. What? I should never just get setups off people. Oh my goodness. Ah, this setup's fucked. What did you do with first gear? First gear's like... Ah, Jesus Christ. First gear is like off. Like it's... Oh my god. What is that? We can't use first gear. It's absurd. First gear is for a bicycle, not for a car. Oh, Jesus Christ. Jank setup. This is why we have to do fixed setup racing. This is a H pattern. This was just at the transition point when they started to go to sequential. Yeah, just don't use first gear. No, I always blame the setup. Yeah, I think you can blame the setup when first gear is basically reverse. If this had realistic damage, the engine would have left out the back of the car. The car would have just blown up. Can you imagine revving this? Maximum revs. My goodness. Ah, first gear. God damn it. No, the problem with fixed setup is I then have to make a fixed setup for every single server session, and then you then have to, yeah, it's a bit of a pain. Well, I'm already I'm already hosting a server. I've already selected the right content. We've already set up Shader Patch perfectly, and I'm talking whilst driving. There's a limit to how much effort I'm willing to expend. Do you want me to get a six-pack as well? And I'll get a sex change so I can be a hot woman with a nice six-pack, and then we can also have fixed setups. There you go. Then we'll be complete. Then everyone can be happy. Well, apart from our male viewers that like a slightly chubby man, but they can suffer. Yeah, we'll get a wig. We'll get a Turkish hair transplant. Then everyone will be happy. Oh, that's not the corner. The gravel line. Oh my goodness. The world's worst first gear. Feels to me like they've geared first gear like that because they don't want to modulate the throttle with a first gear so they're using second gear instead of first gear, so that they have to be careful. They have to be as careful on the throttle powering out of corners, but then it's better to just use the throttle. What a line. We're catching Nico here. Coming. Oh dear, Nico. Got 2 minutes. 2 minutes to hold on. Can he hold on? Woo! No, the default setups are often super terrible in AC. I think the default setups in AC1 are basically whatever the manufacturer default is, which is, in the case of some cars, is really not... it's terrible. It's on 90s tyres. We got to do a rematch, guys. We've got to do a rematch. We'll do like 10 minutes of quali and then restart it. No, your setup is terrible. Your setup is awful. Well, the first gear, the rest of it's fine. Why have you made first gear so ludicrous? Why? You've made it so that you don't have to modulate the throttle by making second gear. You're using gears. You're using gears as a form of traction control. Yeah, I thought so. It like the worst use of gears. Traction control gearing. Oh no. Doesn't make any sense. Oh my goodness. I thought something was like mental. I was like, that's the only logical thing I could conclude was that you're not using first gear because it spins up the wheels too much. Yeah, it makes sense. I can understand why you've done it, especially if you've not got like nice pedals. Quite a good way of setting it up for gameplay. Like, it's quite an interesting way to sort of like get around accidentally lighting up the rear tyres. And this car has such monster torque. What on earth is going on here with this? Why is fifth gear... Like, what is this? What is it by default normally? Because your spring settings and stuff are good. Alright, let me do quali again. So you've got this on 119. Oh, it's 147. Oh, there we go. Why is fifth gear set to this? You've moved all the gears. This doesn't make any sense. You're breaking my brain. Oh, I see. Fifth gear is just used as like overtake gear. Or some like, I don't even know. Maybe first straights or something down a ridiculous track. Alright. That's weird. On this track, you probably make the final gear ratio. I don't know. Best cars in AC to enjoy. It's hard to say, actually. I like a range of cars. Generally, I mean, the Megane Trophy V6 is good fun. We'll do a race with that. I normally pick stuff that's probably more fun for people to race. If you want to join the server, guys, password is T Tango Echo Alpha in capital letters. I need a drink. We're streaming today, yeah. And then we're going to do some Rensport later with a bunch of other influencers at like 6 PM. So we're just streaming today. Trying to make up. I've had an ear infection for the last week, so that's why I wasn't streaming. We did some streaming last night, but that's why we weren't streaming for a few days. It's getting better though, which is good. Steroids in my ear hole. Is F1 red flagged? Is it raining too hard? Yeah, I don't know why I got this ear infection. It's really, I don't tend to get them, so I'm very careful with keeping water out my ears. But I think I dropped my earbud on some shit and then put my earbud in my ear. And that's the only thing I can think of. Oh yeah, the F2004 is good fun in this. Yeah. Too much rain in Spa. Yeah, Porsche Cup's good fun in this. Imagine, did you see the ticket prices for Spa? Earbud, no, like my headphones, like my headphones from my mobile phone. I think I just dropped them on some dirt or something, and then I didn't. I should have sterilised them. Yeah, so like a bog standard ticket for bog standard ticket for Spa is like €200. And the cheapest ticket is €70 booked in advance, and you know you're not gonna be able to see too much. Yeah, not normally, and grandstand tickets are from like £500 to £900, and it's a shit grandstand. It's not like you've got a nice seating area. And then paddock pass is like £1,500 to £3,000, and then the actual proper VIP stuff, like full-on VIP, I don't think you can buy ticket. Or you might be able to buy tickets, but that's like £5,000. That gets you like garage access type tickets in Formula 1 are like £5,000 to £8,000, maybe even more. But normally it's like invite only as well. Yeah, it's insane. I just I think Formula 1 is good to go to for like if it's networking, if your business is doing it as part of marketing or something, that's great. But if as an individual, as a paying spectator, I don't think it's worth going to. I think Spa 24 is. I think the Nürburgring 24 would be worth going to. I think endurance races are good as a spectator, as a thing to spend a weekend on, as a fun like Le Mans or something. I think they actually offer good value for money. Like it's an event. There's music. There's lots of people interested in motorsport. It's more like a big fair thing. Formula 1 is just too many people and so overpriced, and you can't see anything, and it's all about fame wanking. It's not about the driving at all. Formula 1's terrible as well for racing. F2's quite good, you can watch that, and they do normally have like an air show as well, and that's quite good. But yeah, it's all just fake. It's all just money making. So it's completely separate to the point of actual the actual thing. It's just peak capitalism. But to be honest, Formula One should pay spectators. Formula One should pay the tracks, and they should pay spectators, because the car company, it's marketing, right? The car companies are all getting views. You're being marketed to. If you watch a Formula One race, you are being marketed to. So they should pay you because you're consuming Red Bull, McLaren, Mercedes, whatever. You're being brainwashed by all these brands. ING, Bitcoin, like cryptocurrency, BS. They should pay the spectators because they are advertising to you. You know? It's all back to front. They've managed to convince people to pay to be advertised to. It's like Netflix or Amazon, where they want you to pay a subscription. And then they play adverts. It's like, well, hang on. Why am I paying to have you advertise your products? It's like businesses find they should be paying you. That would be fine. You want me to look at your product? Okay, I'll you have to pay me, and then I'll take a look. You pay me for my time to take a look at your product, or do a really good advert. Right, we'll set a lap here. Yeah, I think that's really weird. The just crypto is weird that people accept that being marketed. Exactly, Loose Wheel. Well, the thing is, you have to admit, with something like iRacing, people paying for it has allowed them to continue and develop and evolve the physics to allow it to be the most advanced simulator on the market. So, you know, you can't complain. They're always updating it. So... Well, you shouldn't ever listen to Gamer Muscle because he gives reasons for his views on things. The problem is, what he does is he says specifically what the issue is, which is rather annoying because it means that it's very difficult to just ignore because he lists out exactly what's going on. And even though he's an idiot and he doesn't drive and we all hate him, the problem is he's given very good reasons as to why things are how they are. So, sadly, there's enough idiots out there that do listen to him, which is really, really a big problem. Really a huge issue. Well, yeah, also, Red Bull. I don't get why Red Bull gets a free pass. It's advertising a super unhealthy drink to children. Energy drinks are not a good thing, I don't think. Why? It's like, oh, we're going to ban cigarettes because cigarettes are really bad, but we're not going to ban energy drinks, which are effectively cigarettes for children. Not as bad as cigarettes, maybe, but actually in some ways worse, like sugar addiction, obesity. Yeah. Yeah, we're bad at cigarettes, but alcohol, that's all right. Yeah, that's all right. It's fine. So you might as well just keep the cigarettes, really. I mean, where do you draw the line, really? But I quite like the Camel adverts. I like how in European airports they have a plastic camel. $39.5 by Nico. He's clearly cheating. I can use first gear without my car dying. Whoa, we're getting closer to him. And then I drive that a bit more carefully. No battle. We need more fuel. Beautiful, beautiful. Oh no, it didn't have enough fuel. You get the fuel warning light when you've got 3 laps to go. Who else is going to get in the 39 club here? Hello, Davil. Woo! Absolutely slapped that. You just have to be super tidy with this car. Thank you. Oh, rocket out of that. Got the power down there. Oh dear, that puts us on pole. Nico needs to get back in his car. Absolutely embarrassed. Absolute filth laps. 39,350. Woo! Fastest lap of all times. Beautiful. Beautiful fastest lap of all times. Of all times, written in the chronicles of Muscle. Fastest lap of all times. And lo, the fastest lap of all times was written. Of all times, all time, history has been made. I am the commander of fast laps. I forbid anybody to challenge my time. The float. The fastest lap of all time, float. Set the float. Set the float. Golden float. It's a floater. The floater. We need to do a Nordschleifer in this car, I think. I mean, that's the only obvious thing to do. I need to get a sandwich quickly. It's sandwich time. Sandwich time. Garbage time. Wow, this is not looking good for our viewers. Do you mean more exciting track? This is a great track. People just can't take us on. That's the problem with this. We're just at another level, really. Only people with keyboards can beat me. The keyboard masters. Oh, thank you. Loose wheel, 2 months.
Now a disciple of the Church of FFB. God bless the chosen aviator who leads us.
Blessed be. Familiar. That's good for a racetrack. That's like a tennis court. You don't go. Oh God. This tennis court's just like the other one I played on. This bowling alley is exactly like all the other bowling alleys. Oh, God. These table tennis tables, the same as all the other table tennis tables. Bloody pool table. It's exactly like all the other pool tables, which allows it to be consistent, predictable, and to then focus on playing the game. God. Don't you hate it? Don't you hate it when the play space is predictable so you can focus on the playing of the game? Yeah, look, Lars. Racetracks differ in how worn-in the racing line is. Pwned. So, you know. So, yeah, deal with it. Perfect analogy. Perfect.
Analogy.
It was closer than you thought at first glance. Although they don't wax the racing track. I mean, I guess it's kind of similar. Right. I'm ready to win this. If you guys want to... Anybody else wants to try and take us on, you can. Well... Depends what wax you use, doesn't it, really? Are you ready? Are you guys ready? No one's got a reply. No one's been able to reply for our amazing time. Do they Brazilian wax the Interlagos? Are you ready? Here we go. I'm going to put the mediums on for the race. I mean, sim racing, guys, it's so ridiculous. It is so ridiculous that we have AC. And then we have all these other bloody sims coming out with other features, but the driving's... Even the graphics look great here, like the cockpit, the sky, the track looks fine. You know, it's nice and sharp. It's running nicely. The display's all sharp resolution. There's not really lots of choice. If the new things are worse than the old thing, that's not really a good choice, is it? It's like me going, we've got 50 flavours of ice cream here. The vanilla one's really good, but the rest are all got shit mixed in with them. But they've also got more flavours. It's like well, technically more choice, but. Great. That's how you start. We should have clutch slipped it. Bloody hell. Absolutely winkled it there. Good bonk off him. I like the flat wheel hubs. I think it looks really cool. Oh, that bump caught him out a bit there. Too wide. Too wide. Nice driving there. You come in. Bit too much welly there. Put the welly in the puddle. What are you doing? What doing? That certainly is one way to lose a position. I don't know. I think throttle plus netcode. Oh no, Nico set the fastest lap of all time. The float. The float has been set by Nico in a race. He must have soft tyres. What a float. I think this car was for, Le Mans. What else was it in? I think it got banned from Le Mans because it was too damn good. No one drives faster. Don't be ridiculous. That's not how it works. For a start, I push my throttle further than everyone else. So, clearly I'm faster. Exactly. That's how it works, Lewis. Yeah, he's obviously using grip pack. Or he's an aero boy. Oh no, 39111. Float, a new float. This is disgraceful. I can't accept this. Too much float going on here, guys. Float bonanza. Float-tacular. The steering rack looks quick. That's just me counter steering quickly. You just have to be fast with this car. If you give it too much welly, you're going to have to give it a bit of counter steer. Imagine driving a car in iRacing or LMU like that. You just don't. There's no point. Wow. We got floated there. Absolutely disgraceful. But we got a second place. Right, off to the Nordschleife, guys. Good driving there. Well done. Nico cheated. Clearly. Obviously. Oh, he had soft tyres. Ah, that's why. Floated. Myself, Jamel, Gabe Dillis, Jose, Tim C, Crowbar, Ken Scott. Good job, guys. Too much art. Where are you, MMK? You've done too much art. Yeah, iRacing turns your brain off. iRacing teaches you to not use the steering wheel at all and to trail brake like a buffoon. Like that. That's it. Which is a good thing to be aware of, but it's kind of funny how it makes you super passive as a driver. Wall hacks, yeah. Right, let's get Schleifington up here. I'll get a sandwich as well. Good driving, guys. Good fun. Cheesy dance music. Right. Schleifers. There we go. We'll just have 2 laps and we'll We can stick with the Mazda. We'll stick with the Mazda. It's really good fun. It's not that fast of a car, actually. It's really funny. The first time I ever drove that car, I thought it was really, really quick. when AC first came out, someone did that. Is it Lucca Ring? It's that like a Roman Mediterranean, maybe it's Italy or something. It's like a circle around a town. And I remember playing it, going, "Oh God, this car's so hard." And now it's like, actually, it's quite an easy car to drive. You just have to be careful on the throttle. Well, here we go. I did set time of day as set the weather here. What an idiot. 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 Try to set the weather. I forgot where they're setting these on the server. Ah, here we go. Let's try this. Joel Milast, almost. I could take some piece of your streamings for editing. If you make me look good, yeah. What are you taking? The traditional thing is for people to take stuff out of context. They'll be like, I'll say like a whole sentence and they'll select a tiny bit of it to say that I've said the complete opposite to what I'm saying. Tim Carter, you got your replacement Fanatec shifter this week. Testing out the heel and toe. What are the 4 stupid things? Yeah, I wouldn't... what do you mean? What do you mean? Alright, get in the server, guys. It's time to whip people. Comparing driving. Why don't you just drive the yeah, I know. Why don't you just drive the Sims though, and then just break down the differences? BRB content. Well, I mean, do what you want. Yeah, well, I mean, if you're streaming, you can. It's your stream, isn't it? I mean, I don't know what the rules are. I'm not going to copyright strike anything, either way. Like I don't, so you do what you want. I just said like the only thing is that. I'm sure you weren't going to do this, but like there is a big thing on the internet Well, there's people that don't like us because we've said their video game is perhaps not realistic, and so what they do is they they out of context clip what I say, and it's ridiculous. But right. Stable and better gears, nice. Which one? What's this? Okay, I mean this guy sold me. There we go. Courier's life, yeah. Do what you want. Just don't turbo boost up a hill too much. Don't cycle past the delivery zone. That's the main thing. The AS33Me, yeah. The only problem with that glider, it doesn't work. It don't output force feedback unless they fixed it now. You don't give you force feedback on the joystick. But yeah, that's the one with the flaps and everything. It's too good. That's the problem with that glider. It's ridiculous. Like you might as well just have a plane. You might as well just have an error like a full. It's got. You don't even need to worry about ballast. You don't have to worry about anything because the flaps are crazy. Like the performance you get from it. That glider must cost so much. Like £300,000 glider or something. What is it? AS. Hang on, 1,790,000. That can't be right. Hang on. Oh, this is a model. That's an RC glider. So that was 1,000. I bet it's like 300,000. Okay, here we go. Oh no, 200 a used glider from 2022, 235,000. That's pretty good. Oh no, that's new. Yeah. So let's say 240,000 fully spec'd. Yeah, 200 to 300,000. You have to put a deposit. £25,000 deposit when you order one. Yeah. You know what you're buying is expensive when the deposit's £25,000. Joel Mass, I don't know, but you could probably fix it in the single by loading up AC. Spa still red flag. What will they do? Like, I guess if it gets dark, they just cancel the race, and then Spa will be absolutely done again for because they got really financially ruined that last time because everyone wanted refunds, but obviously they didn't give them. So they've never done that though, have they? With Formula One. I mean, they could do though, in theory, but then the logistics are all planned to like a crazy degree for the tracks and all the cargoes and everything. So like the logistics are actually mental. Because you have to book in all the boats and everything. Although maybe I guess they put it on lorries and they'll have other ways of doing stuff, but still, it's crazy. The logistics in Formula One are more impressive than the racing, to be honest. Didn't he? Wasn't there a whole murder thing that happened as well? Wow, fast boy. We're not a tourist, so... It's a nice countryside cruise, this. This car's actually similar pace to the F3 car. I've not tried LMU and VR. I've tried R Factor 2 though. Basically, is the same. Oh dear. Well, this car's a good budget car for people. It's a nice, sensible race car, right? The medium tyres are already half worn out after one lap. This might be a bit. We might have to pit in this race. No, it should be alright for 2 laps. This is a good quality laser scan. See, it seems very similar to the iRacing laser scan, so maybe they've used the same data set. Like, it seems really, really similar. Curbing's slightly different, but the corners and stuff. Bumps all seem to be in the same place as well. Karate chop that wheel. Okay, dog, set the float. Well done. Float dog. Don't think you're meant to drift the corner. Oh no! Didn't have enough petrol. Oh no! Bloody Greta Thunberg. Ah, bloody iRacing! Goddamn iRacing! Ah, iRacing. Typical iRacing moment, that. Jeez, iRacing. I think we can all blame iRacing for that. How much fuel does this car use? Thanks, iRacing. Oh no. Well, I'm going to get a sandwich quickly. Get in the server, guys, if you want to try and Nordschleife for it. Bloody hell. Look at all these setups. Ooh. Change setup. What do you mean change setup? Someone needs to give me a good setup. This guy says 630. 630. Do we trust him? And still tons of power left, but will kill you. Sounds good to me. I'm going to go with that. Yeah, there we go. Lower to the ground. That's always a win. It will kill you. Yeah, but speed. Speed. Don't worry about being killed by the car. It's just it's a mild inconvenience. Yeah, we were messing up quite a few of the corners. Right, I need a sandwich. I'll be back in a second, guys. Maybe I can put you on another car to watch. There you go. I'll be back in a minute. Well, the flame's coming out sideways. Hello, hello. Hello, Chili Dog. YouTube featured? Ah, no, I'm not featured. How's it going, Chili Dog? Ah. Look at this. Proper sandwich. Turkish bread. Tomato salad. Sandwich. This is where it's at. Air fried the bread as well, well good. I'm alright. Oh, he's dead. Just getting better from an ear infection. But we're doing okay. It's just salad and tomato. It's probably only 600 calories. I should have put some cheese in it. Yeah. I don't mind it though. Or maybe some tofu would have been nice. Or halloumi. That'd be good. Tastes well good though. Quite nice just watching this car go around the track. Oh no, missed the corner. I think it's the B. Brr. Brr. Brian Bedondo. Oh no! Bonk. Huge arrow. Yeah. Poke the bee. Right, we're ready, guys. Just gotta open my non-alcoholic cider. Beautiful. You ready? You ready to go, guys? This is it. Be careful, guys. Do we let him finish his lap? He crashed, so it won't count. Let's do next session just before he gets to the finish line. You ready? There we go. Are you ready?
My goodness!
He wouldn't have counted anyway. He'd already. He didn't count. He'd already crashed. That's pretty funny though. That's why I could never be God. It's too much power. Right, here we go, guys. Why am I not in my car? There we go. Get ready. 2 laps of Nordschleife. Please be careful. For the love of God, please be careful on the first half of the track.
Okay, let's go.
Yeah, great launch.
The pace car is out of control.
Okay, this setup's very loose. What is this setup? Oh dear. Oh God, come on. 2 corners you made, guys. 2 corners. Oh my god, this setup we just put on is insane. The world's loosest rear. What is going on? This setup, I'm sorry, this setup's insane. I'm sorry. Just killed him. This setup's insane. No wonder the brake bias was set to like 58. Well, to be fair, the car in front was super slow through there. It was a good takedown. What is going on? Right, we need to do this with fixed setup. I was being careful. I couldn't brake anymore. Oh my god. What is it with the custom setups in this game? I mean, maybe this is a really fast setup, but it's ludicrous. Yeah, we need to do fixed setup. Just from the setup market. It was the fastest one we could see. It's like full rigid rear ARB and probably like low downforce on the rear. It's just like a mega oversteery setup. It handles this. They've set it up like an Automobilista 2 car. What? This setup! Oh god! I think we should restart. Right. Has anybody got a setup? That was a test run, guys. Test run. Has anybody got a setup? Jamel, Burby, someone give me a setup here, please. Just share the setup in chat. That's not good enough. That's not good enough. Okay. It's probably fine on this track, actually, you're right. I'm not ready! Not ready yet! Okay, we'll just drive. Yeah, we should have forced the default setup on. Okay, well, here we go, guys. Let's do it. Don't really matter, does it? Right. Take it easy, guys. You wouldn't want to wreck anyone. You wouldn't want to wreck anyone. It would be very it wouldn't be very good, would it? Here we go. That's a bit better. Car drives like a car now. I do not know what was going on with that. Whatever they'd done to that setup. It was like 100% rear ARB strength with no rear wing or something. It was mental. Like some crazy esports setup. How nice does this look? At 6 PM we're doing some rain sport. I'm not being paid for it. I'm doing it for fun. There'll be just a bunch of influencers. I'm hoping we can get a fun video out of it. We're going to do a race room 90s DTM race as well in the week. Should be good. Oh, nice overtake. Woo! I think the yeah, I'm not quite sure what's happening with the race room one. Should be good though. Bit wide there, bit wide. Bottoming out a touch there. Race room definitely plays a lot better than iRacing. But I mean, obviously iRacing's got the multiplayer and it's comfortable and it's easy. So, you know. Yeah, this is so active. Active. Yeah, I really feel like the AC. Oh, he got punted by the Nico. I avoided him. I feel like AC's using the same laser scan data as iRacing. The road surface is identical. The curbing's slightly different, but that's because of the Kunos curbing is different. Like the art team have done different curbing, but the bumps the height, the corners. This is like, it's identical to iRacing's. I mean, the texturing, the artwork's better, but maybe it's a touch more. Could just be field of view, but a touch more compressed, so it feels like a little bit steeper, a little bit more camber, but it could just be field of view actually. But the nooks and crannies in the track are really, really similar. Between iRacing and this, I'd have to check the ACC one actually. I think that's supposed to be newer data. Oh, that's working now, that's good. That was broken for ages. Yeah, like even the bump there on the left. Like this, I guarantee it's the same point cloud data. I think they did license. I think it was a separate company that licensed it. There might be, yeah, some corners might be slightly different. It's nice. It's really nice to be able to go from one sim to another and not, you know, take the exact same lines, basically. It's quite interesting. It's funny how you have to stay off the curbs for different reasons. In iRacing, it's because if the suspension bottoms out on some of the cars, you're just dead because the tyres get stuck over the limit. In AC, it's because of the insta-bin rotation issue. This is great fun combo. Everyone's doing really well. We should just run this on the server all the time. The more I drive this track, the more I end up liking it. And that's a little bit lame, but it's a weird track like that. Like it, you would think you'd be like, oh, I'm bored of it, but kind of gets better the more you play it because you start thinking, oh, I could take that corner a bit more aggressively. Oh my goodness. It's a shame this car didn't have a little bit more downforce, so you could flat out through there. That's really satisfying in a Formula car. Whoa! Bloody hell. The way this lights up. Oh, the tyres are noodled. I did watch that Extance, yeah. We were talking about it earlier. I think I agree with most of what he said. He then just makes some weird statements about how, again, only real drivers can know what's real. and then weirdly, it's weird to not ever mention AC, AMS1 and sims that are actually decent. And then it always comes back to iRacing is the pro sim. It's like, we're just going to ignore the tyres not being catchable at the limit, but you know. I get why. I can see why a lot of people like iRacing though. I can see why a pro driver would really like iRacing. But yeah, I don't actually disagree with his points about LMU. I think it's very dull to drive with a GT3. Like if you go from race room to LMU, a lot of it's the force feedback though, to be honest. You know it's pretty bad when iRacing has better force feedback. I think even stock iRacing force feedback is better than LMU's. But with Marvin's iRacing's, you can feel what the car's doing quite clearly. Yeah, I think Morad tends to just break it down into the idea that you have to overdrive to be fast in LMU, and then iRacing you have to be more precise and delicate, which I don't disagree, to be honest. I think both LMU and iRacing are a bit mental, really. But the thing that I would really mention with LMU versus if you're doing an LMU versus iRacing, you really have to consider price, really, and you also really have to consider the netcode and the actual behaviour in races. That's what really matters. Like, you can also, another thing, it's really weird nitpicking over subtleties of physics, which is fun. Like, it's quite nice having a real driver in any case, or pilot, when they go, oh, this is what the real plane's like, this is different, blah, blah, blah. I think that's quite good. It's quite interesting. But it's kind of weird to nitpick over physics to that degree when a sim has, like, huge physics holes that absolutely basically render the subtleties completely redundant, right? You know. It's really weird. Yeah, under the limit, iRacing's great. Yeah, as soon as you get onto the limit, iRacing completely breaks. And to be fair, I mean, the thing is, all sims are pretty good under the limit. Like, they kind of drive ballpark kind of like cars, right? Yeah, well, he will just say, oh, iRacing is a bit unforgiving. You know, you have to be more precise. It's beating around the bush. It's almost as if you don't want to slag off the simulator that has the largest user base that are going to spend the most amount of money or increase your subscriber numbers or whatever. Do you know what I mean? Morad's not doing YouTube as a charity case, is he? It's like he's got products to sell. It's not like some free favour. That's the thing. It's like he could be driving real cars. I'm sure he likes just sharing his opinion as well. There's nothing wrong with that. But yeah, it's same with all YouTubers, really. Unless you're a total idiot, you do not say directly that X thing that you're making money out of is not very good. That's great racing, awesome racing. We'll do another one. It's a career high. We'll do another race. We can change car. It's good fun. No, I wouldn't say his opinion's compromised. The point is, when someone says something, they have to quantify what they're saying. A lot of YouTubers don't quantify what they're saying. They will use very vague language, and also they will frame stuff. I'm not saying not to trust them. You shouldn't trust anybody. You should consider. You should consider what people say and what people don't say. So, what you'll typically find is people don't lie. They're not lying. They're just not telling you all the truth. You know, they're just not telling you all the truth. They're admitting selective bits of the truth, or they're shaping what they're saying for the sake of being for being political, which is very common. I mean, everyone will do it to a degree. So, all that matters with any information. But we're setting up the server again, guys. Good racing, though, everyone. I'm just gonna change the car. All that matters is someone says, the reasons for why what they're saying, because they could omit other truths, but they need to give the reasons clearly. And then that's fine, you know. Just search for Game of Muscle and the password is T. But yeah, like in the business of sim racing, this is all YouTubers, all of them. Is literally going to cost you a lot of money to, even if you're right, you could be wrong or right actually, but to say something directly is very expensive. Right, here we go. Get the server up here. As we were explaining earlier, the fact is iRacing and LMU at the moment are sort of the popular sims, right? So if you have affiliate links or you're selling anything or you're just trying to grow your channel, if you say to a user base, look guys, LMU is great fun, you know, developers done a really good job, XYZ, these are all the good things, but let's be honest, let's be real, it is absolute shit compared to AC1, AMS1. It handles like shit. Like the force feedback is shit. The physics are shit. Relatively speaking, on the scale of shit to not shit, LMU and iRacing are total shit, right? They're still fun, but the force feedback in LMU does not describe what the tyres are doing. It's shit. But that's where we are with Sims. So if you say that, if you're that direct, even though it's actually the truth, I'm not saying you can't have fun with them. You can have fun with games that are terrible. I like PUBG. I like iRacing. I really enjoy LMU. But the fact is, it doesn't have it's absolutely missing dynamics and detail that are in stuff from 20 years ago. Anything that came out now, if something comes out now that's worse from something 20 years ago, or let's say 10 years ago, you'd be like, that's not really that acceptable. But, you know, so anyway, the point is, if you're directly honest, are the people of those games going to use your affiliate link? if you know, are they gonna, all the people that are fans of the thing you've just said is shit, they're gonna be like, oh, we don't like that guy, we don't like him, he said the thing I liked is shit, so I don't like them, so I'm not going to support them. So obviously it's much better to be super anodyne on everything. You're so much better off, because then you might be thinking something is shit or really bad. You might be thinking that, but the other person doesn't know what you're thinking, so they're not gonna have to contest with the idea that you think something's terrible. But I mean, in fairness, LMU and iRacing are way better than Gran Turismo as products, but Gran Turismo is super, super, super shit. But then again, would someone say that? To, like, why, if you've got a Gran Turismo audience, you're not going to say that, are you? Because that's the biggest audience. You're not going to do, like, oh, do I appeal to the Gran Turismo audience and get hundreds of thousands of subscribers, and all the ad revenue and all the affiliate revenue, or do I say, look guys, let's be honest here, not bad as a console game, great with a gamepad, however, it's not even vaguely in the same ballpark as even iRacing or any of the PC sims. Like, the force feedback clips all the time, the frame rate is locked at like 60 hertz, the 120 hertz mode doesn't work properly, the slick tyres are insane. They've tried to make it realistic and it's made it less realistic. The content is all over the place. It isn't X-Dance because the PlayStation is so poorly is so slow. But it's it is artistically, like the choices they made, like the shading and the texture work, the artistry, for sure. But unfortunately, and the fact that they've got that performance out of the PlayStation, but the reality is, it's all designed around like 60 hertz, right? With VSync on. There's chronic input delay, which is, for if the goal is to drive cars, it's terrible. Also, it's way worse than the older Gran Turismos that actually have more gameplay in them. If someone was very attractive but kissed badly, no, we're not talking. That's a false analogy, Chili Dog. Someone was very attractive but they had a giant wart on their lips. You wouldn't want to kiss them. But you know, you can always go, well, you know, this other person's wrong, and who are they to say that X is terrible and Y is not? So what, as I say, what matters is someone quantifies what they're saying is good or bad, and they're pointing out objective components, and then you can agree or disagree with them, but at least they're saying these are the objective components. So as I say, the reason why I think LMU is particularly bad compared to older Sims, the handling of the cars is very bland, like they're not very nimble. The force feedback doesn't really connect to the tyre very detailed, like Race Room, AMS1, AC, Live for Speed, Richard Burns Rally all have force feedback that directly communicates at low speed, medium speed and high speed what's going on very clearly. It looks worse than any new title that's coming out, really. You know, you're pointing out to specific things, so it's not even an authority. The point is, you're listing out, comparatively listing out the components. So someone can disagree with me, but you can't disagree with that. That's the problem. It's a fact. Like the force feedback in LMU is worse than AC Race Route for detail, specifically to tell you what the car's doing. Is worse. That's just a fact. It's not subjective. I guess subjectively you might enjoy not feeling what the car's doing, but that'd be very weird. But sim races. But yeah, you can't disagree. Well, you can't. You would have to disagree on the facts, wouldn't you? And then then someone could go, well, maybe it's your wheel settings. I mean, that's what they do, though, don't they? If you tell someone that AC1 has more detailed force feedback than ACC, you then have people that don't know any better. They will go, oh, it's your wheel settings, it's your PC, whatever, you know. So then, yeah, fact. So GT7, the reason it looks so good is the artistry is very good. Like the way they set up lighting, the actual texture work and the 3D models. It's very optimized engine as well, actually. So it's a shame that it's not on PC, because then you could run that game at like I don't think LMU looks particularly bad, but it's they've done a good job. It can look really good at certain times of day, but it's G motor with some stuff added to it. G Motor 2 or R Factor 2 engine. They've done a really good job with it, you know. But it doesn't run like it. It should run twice as fast as it does relative to how it looks. Really. So, you know. Yeah, AC. So you can. There's DLS, something Moon or something, Milky Moon. I don't know. Someone's injected DLSS into AC, which could probably help a lot with aliasing. The shadow thing, you have to run the shadows at lower quality. But yeah, there is a weird aliasing thing with AC, which I don't really know why, because it does have MSAA, so I don't know why it still has some aliasing issues. Strange that. I mean, you can use TAA with it, but then that makes it look blurry, so... But to be honest, I'd rather... Snowy Moon, maybe, yeah. I don't know, they've managed to inject DLSS into AC. Yeah, the shadow creeping, there's a setting to fix that, actually. In shader patch. I need to change it on mine as well, actually, because we just did a fresh install. There's an option to have the detail shadows further into the distance. But yeah, it's weird. It's weird that you notice that older stuff gets left out of the conversation because it's old, so people aren't aware of it anymore and they don't really care. Like commercially, you'll have people comparing LMU. I mean, I do this as well. It's just business. It's just like finances of it. You're not going to get, if you're going to make a video and you're going to compare Sims, why would you compare it? Like, if you're talking about making money, I mean, I would compare it to AC because I just don't care that people just... I don't care. But, like, if you're trying to make money, it makes more sense to compare the popular thing. So, like, you compare with F125, Gran Turismo and iRacing. Even though that comparison would make no sense, that will make you way more money. So... You know, obviously that's what people generally will do. So, like, if you do, the problem as well is, right, so let's take a film like Terminator, right? If you, every time a new Terminator film came out, if you were to be like, oh yeah, well, it's not as good as the first and the second one, or it's not as good as the second one, after like 15 years of you saying, or 20 years of you going, look, it's just this new Terminator film is really not good compared to the second one, people will just go, oh, it's nostalgia. You know, you can't keep mentioning the 90s film. Oh, it's time to move on. So, like, but it's like, if something is actually better, it is better. It's not the person's fault for keep referring back to the better thing. But you will get resistance from people because, yeah, I don't know, because apparently if you keep saying, even if something's true, if you keep mentioning it, it then becomes like people are like, oh, you're obsessed with that one thing. When it's like, no, you're just pointing out the truth. It's not your fault. It's all like it's all critical thinking and just fallacies. There'll be like there's like an appeal to history, but there's also appeal to like the new. Because you'll get like a conservative argument of people going, well, this is how it's always worked, so that's how it is. This is how it's always worked. So, you know, if it was good for 2,000 years, who are you to say why would this thing be better? You know, so that's like an appeal to history. It depends on the actual thing you're talking about, if it matters or not. But then the inversion of that would be someone saying by default the new thing's better. I'm waiting for my sandwich to go down. We're just chilling out a bit. Technically, Skywalk, AC's newer than iRacing, so most people are on iRacing.
Champion of the ninjas.
Freemaner 71, thanks for subscribing. Also, we do play a lot. We play all Sims myself, so Yeah, well, I think Terminator 1 and 2 are both fine, actually, to be honest. I can't even remember Terminator 1. I did enjoy it, though. I remember that I enjoyed it. What's weird is Terminator's kind of like a kid's film. But it's obviously quite violent. I think Terminator 2 had more of a... They had more budget and they were able to put more in it and they were able to have more of an exciting structure. Yeah, whereas Terminator 1, they had to make more... Do more with less budget, and so, yeah. But I think they both work perfectly fine as different films. Whereas the later Terminator films are just garbage. I know these. You wouldn't want to miss a rant that we do every single live stream. It's like a Gregorian chant. I'm racing dire model. Hey, I'm racing dire model under the limit, over the limit. I'm racing
domino. I racing tire model, I da bolio. Die little Billy, full speed back.
Hello, Darren. Oh no, Skywilk's gifted a... Oh, MMK's gifted a sub to Skywilk. Don't do that.
iRacing is the most advanced and comprehensive racing simulation software in the world.
It's also the most realistic. Obrigado. Obrigado. For this. Yeah, sim racing, guys, sim racing. We always say though, the weird thing with sim racing, which is really different to flight sims, in Flight Simulator land, from everything I've seen, people kind of agree. Like the DCS has the best helicopters and jet planes. I think everyone agrees. X-Plane has better flight dynamics, but it lacks like the photo terrain and a whole bunch of stuff built into the game. But generally the systems, the flight dynamics are better in X-Plane for general aviation, but it's a pain in the arse to use, and you're going to need, like, it's that old school thing of getting add-ons and all this stuff. And then Flight Sim, it's kind of okay, like it's not terrible, especially in Flight Sim 24 and 2020, totally usable for like general aviation, but the terrain quality and just fact that it's all in a globe and everything, even though the systems aren't very good, I think it, yeah, and so I think what it is with driving sims, I think you have people that are they're competitive in a specific sim, and if you say to them, this sim is a bit shit in this way, you've really, like, they've invested a lot of time in the underlying skills of that sim, partly with the idea that those skills are driving skills, as they would apply to real world or something. So I think for some people, not esports drivers, but I think for the sort of mid to moderately high skill people, they get very upset with you telling them that actually no, it's not that good. Also, I think you have a lot of authorities in sim racing absolute bullshitting them. Whereas that's less in flight sims. Like pilots I know, pilots I know are basically will just say, yeah, no, this is really not like flying a plane for XYZ reason. And they will say, well, I enjoy DCS, enjoy X-Plane, but they just say they don't. they don't bullshit that a sim is realistic when it isn't. Whereas driving sims are full of real drivers being very selective with what they say. You know. Yeah, esports drivers are very matter of fact and know the exploits because they have to. So it's really funny, actually. These really good esports drivers are like, they slag off the sims more than I ever do. They actually are, obviously they can drive. I can't drive very well. We're not. It's not Morad. It's. There's lots of it in sim racing. It's just the business of it. I don't have a problem with Morad, to be honest. I keep saying this. I disagree with some of the stuff he says, specifically some things that are related to critical thinking that obviously don't make sense, i.e. only a real driver could know if a sim was realistic. It doesn't make sense. Like, it's patently not the case when you're talking about ginormous physics issues. I'm not talking about subtle nuances in handling. You know, you're talking about, you know, can a car, does counter steer work in the vehicle? You know, it's not. Can you feel what the car's doing through force feedback? They're not like, oh, you know, the traction control engages at this point, or the tyres wear out this fast, or, you know, all this other stuff. Let's do a lap here. Ryan. Yeah, but I think it's a thing on YouTube as well. It really worked. The argument from authority works really well. So it makes sense to capitalise on it. There's a whole bunch of YouTubers that are real pilot, real fighter pilot. Well, you might as well, though. Like, you know, so if someone is a professional driver, they might as well leverage it, in fairness to them. And they will say stuff that's really interesting, you know. I think the problem is to go from someone saying, oh, I've done X, Y, Z in real life, and here's how I think it compared, and this is what I noticed, this is what I like and dislike, to someone going, I've done this in real life, so I'm now the ultimate authority. Do you know what I mean? There's like, and again, the real pilots I know, because I'm actually more interested in flight sim than driving sim in many ways. I enjoy online racing in driving sims, and I think it's more fun for streaming, but I really enjoy flying. Real pilots I know do not really do the whole, I'm a real pilot so other people couldn't know anything. You know? Yeah, I know. Well, that's it, isn't it? Oh, well. Let's do a lap. Has anyone got a good setup? Let's try it. Smoothie Cup. That sounds good to me. I trust that. Whoa! That's why you need a circular wheel. Ran out of... Couldn't turn my hand fast enough. Canada Bay. No, I'm. Yeah, it could be. I watch a lot of pilots on YouTube as well. I feel like motorsport as well. A lot of. Oh dear God. Wow. I need to slow down more for that. I feel like a lot of race drivers are a little bit insecure and they have to justify themselves through the performance, right, of their driving and stuff. Whereas it's just a competitive thing. I'm not even saying it's a bad thing. Like, I think you need that to be able to perform really high. Like, you have to feel like I need to prove that I can do it. So it's not that they're insecure relative to other people. They're insecure relative to themselves, and they have to prove it. So they will go to extreme lengths, massively to their detriment. It's the same with a lot of sports people. So again, I'm not saying it's necessarily a bad thing, but with pilots, that's generally not the case with why people get into flying. It's not oh, I'm a better pilot than someone. I mean, they want to be as good as possible and not have accidents, but someone generally that enjoys flying is probably a more kind of methodical, procedure-based. That it's a personality that likes methodical, procedure-based processes, right? Because that's what a lot of flying involves. So it's a different thing. And so, as a result, that's why you tend to get different personality types when it comes to flight sims and driving sims. Yeah, I mean, there have historically been complete mental pilots, don't get me wrong. When you're talking about pilots that are like trying to do the first records and stuff, and fighter pilots. But if you're talking about people that are doing general aviation, you know. Also, unlike driving, a relatively small mistake can equal instant death. Driving's just not like that now. It hasn't been for years. Like you actually, generally speaking, in a race car, aside from like completely uncontrollable random stuff that can happen, but generally speaking, a driver would have to be pushing, you know, for something pretty bad to happen. Like a somewhat small mistake wouldn't be insta-fatal, but there's a whole bunch of stuff in aircraft where a very small mistake could be insta-fatal. So I think that makes it sort of humbles people a bit more. Should do. It doesn't humble everyone, but they tend to die, the ones that don't. So was that the saying that there's bold pilots and there's old pilots, but there's no bold old pilots until I get in a plane. Then there'll be a bold old pilot. Yeah, I mean, you could have a light crash in a plane. The Alaska documentary. No, I don't know what that is. It's a common saying. Yeah, it is funny when people clap when a jet pilot lands a plane. It's like, hang on, they did exactly what they're trained to do in a vehicle that's specifically designed to do what it did. It's like clapping like clapping someone parking a car. It's like, well, you know. Yeah, well, the thing is that because planes back in the 50s and 60s, they were really, really dangerous. So the plane industry had to create this whole flying is a luxurious thing, and then it's safe because the pilots are the best trained, and so, you know, the pilots are super skilled. So it was basically created, the whole meme around it was created through marketing as a way to make people feel safer when flying, and that's kind of ended up sticking around. Not that pilots are really good at what they do, but, you know, it's the idea that the pilot is like somehow some mega special person. I mean, they are special in that they can do a 5-hour flight without falling asleep. despite going to cruising altitude and then just setting autopilot. That's the real skill. Don't fall asleep skill. They've got a stick just to poke the pilot. Makes sense. The pilot poke stick. Wow. That whole COVID clapping nurses thing was the biggest load of shit ever. And then, now doctors are asking for a totally reasonable, actual not pay rise, but pay in not even in line with inflation. And people are like, oh no, unacceptable. You're like, even people in media are like, oh no, they're really taking the mick when everyone else is struggling. It's like, how about we pay the people that are working to save people's lives directly? You know? How about that? That's a crazy idea, isn't it? The fact they're not even being paid much is mental. Yeah, that wasn't what you were supposed to do, Counter Debate. Autopilots already are reliable enough not to have a pilot at all. It's just pilots like to land the plane for practice and because it's fun. There's new jets have like a button on them you can push and the plane will land itself at the nearest airport. It's like is it a Cirrus jet? It's got like a big button. You can just go boop, and the plane will auto land at the airport. Yeah. Yeah. The reason to have pilots is for if a whole bunch of random shit happens. you know, also just the basic communication when it comes to taking off, and all the procedural things. I mean, in theory, you wouldn't do airports though. You would have something. If you were going to have fully automated aircraft, it would be like micro aircraft, like quadcoptery type situation. And because the thing is, you'd want to make sure that the aircraft are not near each other, because that's the biggest thing. So the only reason why airports are airports is because you have to have a big long bit of concrete and, you know, all the processing and all that kind of stuff, right? And that then makes it very dangerous because you've got a shitload of air traffic in one place. Like, the worst thing you can have with a plane is other planes nearby. It's absolutely the worst situation. An airport is terrible, but
The pace car is out of control.
You have to have an airport because it's the only logistically feasible thing that can work like that, right? So, and you probably need people for that. But if you can have like little quadcopter drone things for national stuff, and also you're not putting, you have like 600 people on a plane. That's a lot of people to die in a single crash. But if you've just got a quadcopter and worst case 4 people die, it's like a car. Nobody cares. There's like a number you pass before people care. I think it's probably like around about 8. Once 8 people die in one go, it's significant. But if you happen to be, for the individuals, for the individual that dies, it's really bad that they if it's just one person. If it's you, that's really bad. But for the wider public, 8 is kind of the number before people go, oh no, that's terrible, it's a tragedy. But like, one person died in a horrendous accident where a car drove into their face and they died slowly on the road. I don't care about that. 8 people died in a car accident. Oh my god! Oh no! What a tragedy! Needless to say, people are stupid. Fortunately, I'm not a people, so I'm okay. Don't get you started on healthcare in Hungary. I'm setting my lap, guys. I'm setting my lap. I'm sorry. I'm holding everyone up here. Woo! Ah, the brakes! Bloody iRacing! Goddamn iRacing brakes not working in this car. God, iRacing brakes, guys. There's a big bump there. Stupid iRacing brakes. Terrible? You're terrible. Right, we're doing the race, guys. You ready? You're ready for this? Here we go. This car's... I meant to do the RSR. I don't know why I picked this car. I was not thinking. Eight people in a car. Well, you can fit 2 in a boot, 3 on the back seat, 1 on the side. So what's that? 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, you can fit 4 in the boot. Ah, roof rack. You've clearly never travelled in Greece. You can fit like 14 people in a pickup truck. Here we go. Depends how alive they are. Just pop them on the tow bar. Put the tow bar up the bum. That's a good seat. It'll hold them in place. Bit uncomfortable, but does the job. It's probably, some people probably enjoy that. Racing grass. I had to avoid the other car. Racing grass. Ah, no. I need a circular steering wheel. Racing, fix your grass. God. Actually, yeah, funny enough, actually, AC grass is slippier than iRacing grass now since that update last year. God damn iRacing grass. Really need the circular wheel rim. Yeah, we'd have to check with the real driver. We can't compare and contrast. Ah! Bloody hell. Car's trying to kill me.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the Normalist. So that is amazing. So it's probably one of the well, one of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or GT mods. It's really good.
No, that's wrong. Because that's one real driver disagreeing with another real driver. We can't have that. What would why are you going so slow? I can't even brake more. Why would a Formula 1 world champion say that? He was asked in a live stream. It's just funny though. I mean, it doesn't really matter what he says. It's just funny that the reason why we have it as a clip is because you get so many people going, ex-real race driver said this. Why does this driver say this? So, well, because they all have different opinions. The problem is AC doesn't have any online bloody stuff apart from if you host it. So if you get a mod, if it's a pay mod, you then have to. No one's going to drive it, are they? So it could be the best thing ever. You ain't going to get a race with people. Oh my god! I'm driving like a drunk. What is wrong with me? I'm getting Porsche cupped. Oh my goodness. Nice relaxing drive through the German countryside. That's what I was hoping for. I think I need to get in the hot air balloon. How many people are in it though? What's this? The motocross sim community is annoyed about what the bike does when you go Mach 3 into a corner. Motocross games are terrible, aren't they? Like, I think with bike games, you really have to do them unrealistically to make them actually end up being realistic to play. Because unless you've got a bike you can sit on with G-forces, with being able to counter steer into a corner properly, and like, it's not going to work, is it? So you need to basically make it a very deep simcade. I really enjoyed like some of the old ones. In a sense, I think a motocross game or like a bike game actually needs to treat the bike more like a car in terms of how it drives. But then also add the component of trying to land jumps correctly or getting the speed of the jump correct, and also like the rider's position. How many people it really annoys you if everyone showed up? Yeah, the problem is though, it's not part of the simulator, and then a whole bunch of us like really went out of our way to promote LFM early on, but then LFM were complete idiots and ran the stupidest combos imaginable and didn't listen to any feedback. Like, they do this with everything. They did it with R Factor 2. They did it with... They're probably going to do it with Race Room. It's like... It's not hard. You have to run one series in a bog standard car in the game, and you have to ignore all your idiot user base on the forums that are clueless, and you have to run one car every half hour or so with like 15 to 20 minute races, super simple, super easy to get into on the most popular track, whatever, right? And yeah, you keep that until you've got easily 3 splits. That you can't add any more stuff to it, and then maybe you can do at the weekends. You can do special events for sure. Yeah, it's too late. Yeah, the thing, it's too late. You have to do it at launch. No, the problem is everyone's moved to LMU or games that have it built into it, because at the end of the day, who on earth wants to dick around with a separate launcher as well? Like they would do if there were no other options. But then also, the big thing as well is that LMU have completely diluted their service because it's like, oh, well, we've got ACC, we've got AC, we've got this, we've got this. And it's like, that's not a good thing. So... you know, it's like, yeah, you have, when it comes to online games and online systems, you have to nail it at launch, basically. Otherwise, you're screwed. Or you might get another chance, if you're from a game developer's perspective, if you do a really big update, so it's enough of an update that people will give it another chance and check it out, and all the reviewers will check it out. Yeah, as I say, the thing is, it needs to be the official system. So the reason why LFM worked with ACC is because Kunos was so incompetent, they didn't capitalise on having a built-in ranking system. So... LFM was the only option for ACC multiplayer, basically. So it basically became like the official option by accident because there was nothing from Kunos, right? And the fact is, because ACC's so limited in content, it stopped LFM from being able to F it up because they could only really run GT3. I mean, LFM tried to run some other stuff, but yeah, it would all be GT3, so it would put everybody in the same thing. So it actually stopped as soon as LFM had freedom to pick different cars with R-Factor 2 and AC. They completely buggered it up because they don't understand, or they didn't, that keeping it simple is the big thing. But yeah, we'll install it again. We'll do some racing on it, and we'll see. But I think what really needs to happen is Ilya needs to do an official AC1 official ranked multiplayer that's a tab in Content Manager, and you need, if you have the PayPal version of Shader Patch, you can access it, and he hosts the servers or sets them up, and yeah, every half hour there's a race. And every week the race changes. You know, just copy what LMU or Gran Turismo GT Sport did. That's it. Sorted. Well, it needs to be like the thing that you see is like the official shader, because Shader Patch and Content Manager are now basically Assetto Corsa. So ironically, Ilya has effectively stolen Assetto Corsa off Kunos. Right? So they should be, Content Manager structurally, politically is above Kunos, right? Because it's where all the development is centered around. So they need to do their official ranking. Beautiful. Skyworld. No, they would do. What do you mean nobody wants to race in AC1? It is by far the best sim to drive. Go on the motorway. Christopher Kubis, yeah, possibly. So, but then again, it might net more money as well because more people would sign up to his Patreon. So, and he's already getting a load of money, and it would lead to even more people becoming Patreon members. So, you know. Right, well done, guys. Let's have a look at the results here. Jamal with the win there. Koshal second. Tim Cleason's third. Long 91 fourth. Jose fifth. Burby sixth. Nico seventh. K-Dog eighth. Myself ninth. Loose Wheel 10th. Well done. Super Drifts 11th. Diego 12th. Yeah, no, he does. I'm sure he doesn't care. I know, Shumi, that was the hope, wasn't it? I thought iRacing... I thought that they wouldn't say that they've got other physics programmers and then spend a year working on it only to basically try and massage over the existing physics without actually fixing the fundamental. I was naive. I thought a company would think that people would probably rip the shit out of them if they were to do an update that they spend so much time on only for it to be utterly marginal. You know, but then again, I forgot that there's quite a few people that are willing to not hold companies accountable in the slightest. So, you know. Not much, Tuna. The cars are just generally a bit more sloppy. Generally tend to go more into understeer rather than oversteer. But fundamentally, if you're trying to push, if you try to push onto the limit and balance the cars, they either will just slop into massive understeer, or they get stuck in a really drawn out sloppy slide. So basically nothing really. Oh, the tyres when they're colder are exactly the same as the previous version, in that they just turn off. But they're actually vague. They actually made it worse. They actually made it worse because before, when the tyres were like tighter, you would have a really defined, obvious, right, that's it. If, you know, that is a wall, it's a very obvious wall because it's going to fall off immediately. Whereas now, it has this, like, useless slop area that's of no use to pace, or, you know, there's no point counter-steering or doing anything. It's just more sloppy and more vague at the point where it does turn off. So, yeah. Yeah, you just have to drive preemptively, Tuner, so that you don't get induced oversteer from the steering, and then you trail brake through. So you induce oversteer on the brake going into a corner, and maybe a bit on the throttle, but you can't do it through the steering or pull it out on the steering. It's just a fixed trajectory, which for some reason a lot of people are incapable of detecting, which is very weird. Right,
The pace car is out of control.
What do we run? I think we should run a sensible car on here. Here we go, I'm running the server again. Right, there's no way that... So LMU has so many people doing the rookie races. It's going to be a total shit show, isn't it? I think what you need is a user reporting system for any of these online services. So, I know they have a thing where you can report, but like users being able to kick people. So, like, let's say you're allowed to do a vote kick, but you can only do one a week, for example. and so you're only going to ever vote kick something that's awful, and also it still has to pass a vote threshold. So basically, if you have a server, so this is like with the iRacing, the Spa 24 stuff. If you have someone that's absolutely wrecking the race for everyone, to have it so that over half the server needs to vote kick them, and they can only, you know, you can only do one vote kick a week, so you're not just going to be like, oh, let's gang up on this person, you know. Then, you know, something like that could probably work quite well. The problem that you have as well is that there's a lot of people that can't detect wrecking as opposed to just bad driving. But then again, this is why you have ranking and safety rating systems, because that automatically separates out drivers from ones that are really terrible. Tim, we're doing some Rennsport later. Rennsport Bonanza. Ooh. It is. They're going to do a console launch at some point. There, it's not sponsored, no. To the pay. No, it's like a bunch of influencers just racing for fun, for funsies. Well, there's no point, Shumi. There's absolutely no point. If it's really good, who are we going to race it against? Nobody. Yeah. So it's going to drive like AC, Formula Car in AC, isn't it? So. Let's do a lap here. Look at this steering wheel. Well, it's like, it's really stupid with AC. It should just be, there's a race every hour. Oh, look, a new mod car. We need to get rid of the nobody has this. This is the problem here. This is the is this the F2 car, isn't it? Yeah, this is the RSS F2 car. Is it free, or I think you still have to buy this? Yeah, well, so this is the problem, isn't it? The old F2 car's free. Hang on, why is it? Okay. Why am I going in reverse? Hang on, why am I going forwards now? What was that about? Absolute physics breakdown. Thank you.
Tiet checks for the fun. I'm not into open wheel racing, so I think I will switch for a bike and deliver some food.
Get on it. Thank you very much for the donation. Appreciate it. I'm going to order a pizza from Romania so he has to cycle to the UK. I think that'd be good fun. Thank you. Yeah, well, I'm just going to test this out, and I think we'll have a little break. This feels a bit like an Indy car in how it drives. Oh look, they've incorporated iRacing's tyre. That's good. Great tyre physics there. Beautiful. I always equate slow oversteer where the grip turns off as realism in my mind. Hello Apex Life. New open source tyre model. You are. We're all right, thanks. What? What is going on? Those are landmines. They keep me on my toes. Yes. Getting rotten mouldy pizzas is just my thing. Oh, that's DRS as well. It's got really weird behaviour when you push it into the corner and the back just gives out. Audio's good on this. Why does it not want to go into that corner? See, RSS also mute the force feedback a bit, and I don't know why. I don't know what they're doing. 6 PM I think counter debate. No, like 7 PM. Yeah, see, the turning is just pushes the rears over the limit, but then you can't feel that because there's the way they've set the force feedback up with the car, which I don't know if you can fix it. Maybe it's this. No, this is AC1. Every sim just needs like Marvin's force feedback app, because that just, you can feel exactly where the tire, even in iRacing, you can feel exactly where the tires are at, and you can dial it in exactly to your wheel. I don't think it's Shumi. It's not because it's a steering column thing, because that's not all of AC is using steering column. The thing is, if dampers applied to that, or if other stuff is applied to it. So, yeah, AC. All of the cars in AC are just using steering column. It's a case of how much damping is applied on top of it. Yeah, because even if you're using a pure steering rack, and the steering rack is like considered as if it's just solid and immediate, you can, because if you think about it, if the back of the car comes out, it's going to apply a torque. It's going to apply a torque to the front tyres, and so if the back steps out at all, you're going to feel it in your wheel, as long as the damping doesn't remove that torque that's been applied to this front steering rack. So it will be down to if they've like whatever someone does to the tyre model. So you could add damping can be added, and that can cause an issue for muting it. But also, if they change the tyre model in certain ways, it can mean that the rear torque is not actually applying a force to the tyres in a way that's going to be noticeable through the force feedback. No, but you can assume if it's effectively entirely rigid, it will come through the steering column, because by definition, any rotational force on the rear will apply a torque to the front tyres. For the rear to move in any form, it has to apply a force to the front tyres, so it will apply a force to the steering column. But you have to. The point is, normally, the steering rack normally is after, there'll be like push rods and all this other stuff. As you know, I'm just saying this for the sake of it. So that ends up then muting the more subtle forces that are coming through the tyres. So the developer basically has to take it as if there was a virtual perfect yeah, no, but I'm not talking about reality. I'm saying in a simulator, you can have a perfect steering column that's directly attached to both wheels effectively. So it does pick up what would be very mute. Like, you wouldn't fit in a real car, you wouldn't feel it. So the point I'm making is, if you do, you can use steering rack, but you have to treat it as if it's completely rigid, and it has to be like overly sensitive and no filtering. But you could add you could add other stuff like seat of the pants. Marvin's force feedback app for iRacing is purely steering rack, and that has really good detail for the back stepping out at all, like really good detail. Again, because it's purely from the telemetry of the direct from the steering rack. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. There might be something else in AC as well, but from what I've heard, it's supposedly coming from the steering rack. Maybe they added some other stuff, but then you, as I say, with Marvin's app on AC on iRacing, well, I can't trace back the source directly. We'd have to double check with Stefano. But with Marvin's app, if you don't use seat of the pants, yeah, exactly. There you go. Like with the AMS2 raw force feedback, any rotation you immediately, and it's because it's a pure steering. It's like a fake, artificially perfectly connected rock solid steering rack to the wheels. But also, I would just say from a physics perspective, if the back of the car's moving, it has to apply a torque to the front wheels. It has to do something. It can't just move entirely independently. Yeah, it's still so subjective. But yeah, the issues occur from BeamNG is a good example of this. That has a steering rack based force feedback system. As soon as you start having more peaky tires, like slick tires instead of road tires, and as soon as you start having all like the wheel geometry and less tighter geometry, the force feedback gets super vague and becomes no longer useful for feeling where the limit is. And then that's where you could use, that's where you can inject seat of the pants to make up for those situations, which BeamNG ironically has built into the game. So it'd be really interesting though to like have a physics project and to basically have it set up so that one force feedback implementation is one way of doing it, one's another way, and then you'd be able to categorically say, well, this is the exact result, or this is the minimum of what you have to do to be able to feel through the wheel what the car's doing. I think in AC1 there's also some weird stuff with the suspension that causes some weird behaviours that happens to line up. That's true, Counter Debate. I'll put this on 1.0, let's see if that... Oh yeah, so I think that's actually better. I don't know how much better, but... %80% to your 20. Well, setting this to 1.0 immediately makes it a lot, gives you more dynamic range. So maybe that force feedback boosting's probably compressing the force feedback. Which I don't know why you'd want to do that. There's so many there's like weird force feedback settings that developers put in their games that don't even make sense. I can't think of a scenario where you would not want the dynamic range of the force feedback. Yeah, see, the thing is though, I think that basically the tyres on this car, the rear tyres, they don't want to be held in slip at all. So ironically, this reminds me a bit of the iRacing IndyCar but it doesn't completely turn off at low speed. Well, right, so it is a fact that AC for sure allows you to like pull back mental slip angle, right? That's insane. But or you can actually burn the tyres out mentally through a corner, right? However, if you're doing that, you're so far off the pace, it doesn't really matter, because you're never driving like that, are you? Like, if you're within 2 seconds of track pace, you are never doing that in the vehicle. So it becomes effectively irrelevant. So it's really weird when people fixate on something. I'm not saying anyone in chat's doing this, but in general in sim racing, it's weird to fixate on something that's not relevant in almost all cases. Like, the reason I fixate on the iRacing tyre model at the limit issue is because that is the crux of driving. The car being balanced at the limit is the point of driving. There's loads of stuff in iRacing that I give a free pass to, I just totally ignore. Can't really think of them off the top of my head, but there will be a whole bunch of stuff in iRacing that's terrible, but it doesn't really matter because, well, you're just avoiding them. I've got flat curbs, non-3D modelled curbs, I just don't care. There's a bunch of suspension stuff, a bunch of downforce stuff, don't really matter. Oh yeah, like crashing, yeah. It's trying to run a sprint, but you have shoes that have oil on them. The thing with this F2 car is, I don't think they're the best cars in real life either, really, are they? So one of the big problems with Sims doing real cars, when the real cars are a bit rubbish, it's, you know, a Sim can do a good job, but did the F1 race actually happen? Rubbish but fun. The Clio Cup in Project Cars 2 is like the shittest car ever, but it's hilarious. It's so bad. It's so bad. But it's really fun. The Nissan Primera in AC is insane, but it's really good fun, but it's totally mental. Like, it's obviously not how a front-wheel drive car behaves, but it's really fun. What else? Oh, the cars in Wreckfest. I mean, it's not meant to be a hardcore sim, and it's got auto correction and stuff in it. but they're actually fun to drive. They don't, you know, from a simulator perspective, some aspects are quite good, but it's obviously got baked-in correction and things. I haven't. We could do though. I think this is alright actually. Once you change that force feedback setting, you get more dynamic range to warn you that the rear's up. This corner's perfect for doing this, you know. Is that because they're overheating on braking as well? It's like the iRacing thing. Is it because they are overheating whilst braking into the corner and then that's it, flash heated? I don't think they do that in real life on that corner. Because they're fine and then they go past a point and overheat and it's done. Has anyone got a F2 car so we can try this in real life? that Silverstone corner is absolutely the perfect corner for testing tyres through a corner, because you brake hard and you're trail braking for a long time and it keeps tightening. It's really good. Really good as a car braking corner. It's at low speed as well. When the downforce comes off, this gets super loose on the rear. Or maybe it's the downshifting actually that's triggering it. That's another thing. Although it should have auto. But I don't know. Need a setup. Easy 1.40. Let's try a setup. Hello, Stephen Hayes. How's it going, man? Oh, hang on. Let's check the force feedback again. Oh man, I need to tighten my chair up. My chair's squeaking. Yeah, look, why by default? So, this values under 100 deliver more force at lower loads. However, it doesn't actually work. What it ends up doing is, it's messed up. This is what always happens with this setting, not just with this car, but in all sims, that when you set it to deliver more force at lower loads on the car, rather than it being, here's the dynamic range, right, here's the dynamic range, rather than it like magnifying or like rather than it compressing the dynamic range, so the lighter is now stronger, what it ends up doing is cutting the dynamic range, so you end up with, oh, here's detail, oh, now it's just flatlined to a certain strength. So you've lost the information of strong and weak. It's now less strong at the high end, and oh, it's strong here, but the car still loses grip, but it feels like it shouldn't have, because you still got force feedback resistance, when it should be like the car's is light because the tyres have run out of grip. It never works as it should do. So I don't know why they put it in the sims. It's in every sim that has a what's it called, like a low force boost or whatever. It doesn't work properly. explain signal in photography terms, it's the same as if, let's say you had an image and you want to increase the contrast, but instead of upping the contrast and the brightness together, you increase just the brightness. So all the shadows have now lost all the darkness and it's just bright. It's just light and everything's lighter, but the shadows have now lost the shadows. And so you can't then actually see where the shadows are. So what you need to do is you need to increase the contrast and the brightness at the same time, and then you've increased the contrast. But you will have lost some detail in certain areas, but it's equivalent. That's equivalent to compression. Is uniformly compress the image. If you only increase brightness, or if you only increase brightness, you're not actually increasing the contrast. You're actually decreasing the contrast. If you increase or decrease brightness, you are losing potential contrast. There you go. Do I get a prize for that? Gamma's different again. I don't really fully understand how gamma works, so we won't go into that. That's too complicated. Is gamma actually just increasing contrast and brightness together? Right. I really don't get how gamma works. Gamma changes how midtones, the middle brightness levels are displayed without affecting black and white as drastically. So it's basically adjusting a selective range. So no, it's not analogous to changing the gamma. Ooh, let's do a little drive around here. Mind you, actually, though, we were on the super soft tyres, which are mega peaky, so maybe we should have had like the softs or mediums, but well. I think the thing is, with force feedback, the way you know that you're losing grip is a decrease in force. If you're going slowly, there's not much force to decrease. So yeah, I don't know. Well, if the back steps out, though, the force is in the opposite direction. So that is increasing force in the other direction. But I'm talking about in the phase of when you're first going into a corner and you're not doing a correction. like this, then what's happening is, as the grip goes down, the amount of force that the wheel's resisting you with decreases. But then, yeah, obviously if you're going really slow, there's no force. That you get to a point, depending on your wheel that you're using, there's no more force for you to reduce. But then again, that should all be scaled within. If a tyre currently has grip, there's resistance, and when it no longer has grip, well, there's no force there because it's no longer giving you it's no longer biting the road. So the force feedback just needs to be scaled within that, right? I'm not quite sure how that works though. Well, the problem is a real car you're not driving. It's different again. In a real car, you'd be probably feeling out the rotational force in your ass as the reference. Yeah, you can't win. You can actually, there's probably value to augment in a real car. If you've got power steering, like drive-by-wire and stuff, you could actually make the car easier to drive for the driver by augmenting force feedback into the real car steering wheel. So the car gives telemetry to give more detail through the steering wheel to tell the driver what's going on. Is that legal within the rules of Formula 1? Say you had a car that's insane to drive and it's really hard for the driver. It's really hard for the driver to manage it. But what if you could give the driver more information to be aware of what's happening that they can't actually feel through their body because the car's such a shit design but fast? Yeah. These medium tyres are a lot more predictable. Yeah, no, I know that your body feels the G-forces, but there's certain cars where even if you can feel the G-forces, there's certain situations that a driver might not. Like you might be able to do something preemptively before the car's even moving. Like using some like crazy AI algorithm, it takes the current direction, speed and grip of the car and then tells the driver how to react to something that's not happened yet. And so the driver gets the information to correct it before it happens, so that by the time the driver's brain has processed it, they've corrected it as it happens exactly, minimising the latency. I don't know, this is like stupid ideas, but well, that's the thing. It's a way of skirting the AI thing, because the driver's still the one actually doing the driving. They're just being told preemptively what the car's going to do. It's a bit ridiculous because obviously you could drive in a preemptive way anyway, but just talking bollocks here. You don't want to see an AI drop. Well, but why are you watching modern Formula 1 drivers? They're all... I think AI is more engaging. Yeah, I think the drive they should have to run around the track. Oh, do you know what's really cool with robots? We can bring back gladiatorial battles, kind of like Robot War. This is Robot Wars. We could do Robot Wars with bipedal robots, and then you dress them up in like medieval armor with fake like bodies of like as if they're humans, and then you could have super violent, like full-on recreation of a gladiatorial battle. But obviously no one's getting hurt. Yeah, this is super similar to iRacing's IndyCar, but it doesn't glitch out at low speed like iRacing's IndyCar. But it's surprisingly similar handling profile. iRacing's IndyCar gets mega sloppy through these low speed corners. Although, there you go. Did hit the curb. Yeah, well, that, to be fair, that was more than a curb. That was a jumbo sausage. Sausages on this track are mental as well. It's nice that they've given you like ninja throwing stars in the cockpit, though. I think that was a good idea to make F2 more exciting. Yeah, the robot racing thing, people just have to be honest that it's robot racing and not try and compare it to real racing. And then that's fine, isn't it? It's when the problem with all these things is when something tries to be something it isn't. So this is the problem with like Formula E, when that's tried to like present itself as Formula 1. It's like, well, it isn't. It's quite good, but it's not Formula 1, is it? Or like when sim racing tries to present itself as if it's real motorsport. It's like, well, that's so dumb. It isn't. It isn't. It never will be. It's its own thing that has a whole bunch of aspects that are different, and you know, it's just different. So the more you treat sim racing as sim racing, the better it is normally. The more you're honest to the core of what something is, the better it will normally be, because you're not relying on a lie to maintain what that thing is. So, from a sporting perspective, if you're going for like robo racing, the way you present it, you have to not present it like bloody standard motorsport. You have to really like focus on the technical aspect of it, which might not be that compelling, but that's just what it is. So it is what it is. You can focus on the I mean, there might be mega nerds, but that's, you know, it is what it is. Imagine like watching Counter-Strike and the commentators constantly going on about real warfare. You'd be like, this is ridiculous. Oh, we got him with the P90. Yes, of course the P90 is a used by the French police force. What? Oh, we're finished. I'm going to drive into a wall at full speed. Here we go. Bit of BeamNG damage. Oh. See, iRacing would have done better with that. That's the next thing for Ilya and Shader Patch, is to have car deformable meshes. Thank you for subscribing, Porter. Right, I'm gonna have a little break, I think, before we do some Rennsporten. That's good fun. We had some good races on the Nordschleife, and yeah, it's interesting. Right. Thanks for watching, guys, and those of you taking part, appreciate it. I'm gonna get a little bite to eat, and we'll be back later for some Rennsport. We might need to practice a bit as well, actually. We're gonna beat some influencers, possibly into submission. We will see. They'll probably beat us. Actually, I'm pretty slow at Rennsport. I don't play it enough. Right. Okay, let me send you to a legend. Have a good one, guys. I'll see you later. Oh, Champion Joe's going to be joining us later. It's going to be racing us. That'll be good. Right. Bye, guys. Bye, guys.